I declare open the public hearing of the Joint Select Committee of the National Anti-Corruption Commission legislation for the inquiry into the provisions of the National Anti-Corruption Commission Bill 2022 and the National Anti-Corruption Commission Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill 2022. I wish to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we are meeting. I wish also to acknowledge and respect their continuing culture and the contribution they make to the life of this city and this region. I would also like to acknowledge and welcome other Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who may be attending today's hearing. I now welcome the representatives of the Australian Public Service Commission to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Ms Rena Brunsma, I'm the Acting Deputy Commissioner at the Australian Public Service Commission.
Ms Claire McLean, I'm the Acting Assistant Commissioner, Integrity, Performance and Employment Policy at the Australian Public Service Commission.
Thank you. Although the Commission does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you, Chair and members. The Australian Public Service Commission welcomes the introduction of the National Anti-Corruption Commission bills. I'll call them bills from going forward. Since the establishment of the NAC task force in the Attorney-General's Department shortly after the 2022 election, it has engaged with the Australian Public Service Commission on several occasions to consult with us on the development of the bills. Our discussions with the Attorney-General's Department to date have focused on the intersection of the proposed NAC's functions and the APS Commissioner's integrity functions under the Public Service Act 1999. We're pleased with the outcome of these discussions and look forward to continuing to work with the Attorney-General's Department and other integrity stakeholders. Under the Public Service Act, the APS Commission is responsible for upholding integrity standards and conduct in the APS. We do this by collaborating with stakeholders on initiatives to foster a strong culture of integrity across the APS. We provide best practice guidance materials and we provide the best possible advice to agencies and people on applying the APS values, the employment principles and the code of conduct in connection with their employment. The Public Service Act sets out the functions, responsibilities and powers of the Australian Public Service Commissioner. There are about 250,000 Commonwealth public servants, and of those, around 160,000 are APS employees, and these employees are governed by an integrity framework. It means we've got values that provide the philosophical underpinnings of the APS and set out the Parliament's expectations of the public service as an institution. We have employment principles, which govern the relationship between APS agencies as employers and their employees. And we have a code of conduct, which sets out clear rules relating to the professional conduct of APS employees. And failure to meet obligations under that code of conduct may result in a misconduct investigation that can have consequences for employment. While the APS values and code of conduct apply to APS employees, the remaining Commonwealth Government officials have general duties and obligations under differing legislation, and they must still adhere to certain standards of behaviour, even though their behaviour is governed by other enabling service legislation and the Public Governance, Performance and Accountability Act. The NAC Bill provides the NAC with anti-corruption functions, which in our view must be distinguished from the APS Commissioner's integrity functions under the APS Act. We've been consulted on the key priorities of the Act, on our key priorities, and these include referring matters to and from the NAC that are relevant to the APS Commissioner's statutory powers of investigation, review and consultation under the Public Service Act framework, preserving the APS Commission's remit on pro-integrity education and leadership, and clarifying the roles and proposed intersection of the NAC and the Parliamentary Workplace Support Service in light of the APS Commissioner's dual role as the Parliamentary Service Commissioner. We are satisfied with how our questions have been resolved to date, and as with any legislation that impacts the APS and its performance, we'll continue to work closely with the NAC on the operational aspects of implementation. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Scarr?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for joining us today. And that was a very useful opening statement, which begs the question, in my mind, where are the potential sensitivities around those intersections? So, and how were they effectively resolved in the draft legislation? So, for example, one thought that occurs to me is a head of agency comes across an issue and he's trying to determine, is this an issue, bearing in mind integrity goes to the heart of corruption, is this an issue that I send to the NAC, or is this an issue I send somewhere else? Are those the sorts of issues you're involved in relation to the drafting? And if so, you seem to be comfortable with the drafting that's in the bill now. Why are you comfortable with the drafting that's in the bill now?
Absolutely. So there's a established system of how we manage complaints of serious conduct matters that come to us at the moment. We have a very limited remit in what we can investigate on our own motion, and it really relates to agency head code matters. And if a request comes in that relates to lower level employees, even SES, we partner with agency heads and HR practitioners in those agencies to manage those investigations or determining whether an investigation should be conducted. So we're a sounding board for agencies in that respect. At the moment, it's envisaged that where an agency head comes across an issue that they consider may be corrupt conduct, they would do an assessment of whether it's sufficiently serious or systemic to refer to the NAC, and if so, they must refer it to the NAC. If it's a borderline, they absolutely are, it's open to them to discuss it with us. And consider what they should do, as they would normally do. If they think it's not serious or systemic, in terms of it meets that threshold for mandatory referral, they can continue to manage it as a potential code process.
Okay, so that's an important point. If it doesn't meet the threshold of serious or systemic, that doesn't mean nothing happens. It actually, there are other processes.
Absolutely.
Which,
so what we wanted to ensure was that the Commissioner's functions would remain untouched by the establishment of the NAC. So those sorts of conduct matters can run in parallel, even if the threshold is met for the NAC's remit. But the NAC Commissioner has power to direct agency heads, including the Commissioner, to pause an investigation so that the corruption investigation can proceed. But it doesn't affect the Commissioner's ability to then go ahead with a code process when the NAC Commissioner gives them the go-ahead.
So in terms of these discussions you've had with different agencies as this process has occurred, has there been consideration given to the production of guidance as to what serious means and what systemic means? So if I'm in that position, I'm looking at some conduct and deciding, does it meet that threshold? Is there going to be guidance that I can look to help me come to a decision?
So we have a long-standing relationship with ACLI. And we have worked together closely to develop guidance materials that fit within the pro-integrity remit that we have, the corruption and law enforcement investigation remit that ACLI has, and we work closely together to make sure that they dovetail. We have confirmed that that relationship will continue with the NAC, and the production of guidance materials for agencies and for the public in making referrals is a matter that we will be intensely working with the NAC over the implementation phase before commencement.
Can you provide us with those guidance materials that you have for ACLI?
We can provide you with our own integrity resources, and I'm sure ACLI would be happy to provide you with theirs.
From your side?
Yes, absolutely.
Your side. We'll have ACLI next, we can ask that.
Yeah.
So that will tell us at the moment, because this is a live issue today with ACLI, those materials will inform us. The benefit of us receiving those materials is it informs us as to how you interpret in practice those terms, and that's what those materials will tell us.
Yes. So
Okay.
the materials that we have are available on our website. We have a dedicated integrity resources portal with all.
So
of
it's
our
all public at the
It's all
moment?
public information.
Okay.
So there's the main pieces of guidance material that the APSC produces, the Handling Misconduct Guide, the APS Values and Code in Practice Guide. There's also a social media guidance and lots of fact sheets and an integrity metrics toolkit that we've also developed with ACLI.
Your website is a little Byzantine in terms of having many, so if you could provide that would be
Absolutely.
Some of us are more technologically savvy than others, but
I invite you to have a go now then.
I led with my chin.
I've got it here.
I led with my chin. Okay, so in terms of how this is going to work in practice, then you're comfortable that the guidance is there, the cooperation between the different agencies is there. So this should be a relatively seamless, hopefully, transition to the new agency.
Yeah, it isn't dissimilar to other relationships that we have with regulatory bodies. So the idea of referral pathways and ensuring that they follow the right, the nature of the complaint indicates where, which referral pathway it takes is not unknown to us, and we work very closely with other agencies now. So we don't feel that there's anything contentious in the way that this has been set up with those same referral pathways.
Okay. Can I just ask you, when you conduct an investigation in relation to misconduct that falls within your realm, your province, what sort of check and balance is there with respect to how you conduct an investigation? Who's watching you as you conduct that investigation?
So the Public Service Act sets up an independent function for the Merit Protection Commissioner to oversee or conduct investigations into the Commissioner's own conduct. And the way we conduct agency investigations is we don't do them very often. I will say that. We get, I've just been advised, less than 5 in a calendar year that we might legitimately look into. So that's a low volume. And we would normally engage an independent reviewer to conduct the investigation. There's a number of senior reviewers in the marketplace, usually former senior public servants. We also would make sure that both the breach delegate and the sanctions delegate were 2 separate people, but the sanctions delegate would obviously be the Commissioner.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chair.
Dr. Haynes.
Oh, thank you very much, Ms McLean and Ms Bruce, for your appearance this morning. Just further to Mr. Scars, Senator Scars' questions, do you have an MOU, or would there be an MOU between your agency and the NAC?
That's certainly open to us to have one. We don't have one with any of the integrity agencies that we work with at present.
Yeah.
We do have one with the Parliamentary Workplace Support Service. That's slightly different though because the Commission provides resourcing. We make available resources for the Parliamentary Services Commissioner under that Act, but where we would think it's helpful and useful to delineate roles and responsibilities, we can do that.
Could you just elaborate on where you think, or if you believe that the NAC will now fill a gap in areas that you may have struggled with before?
So the NAC's function will be very squarely on anti-corruption, and our remit is pro-integrity. So our remit is about upholding, enhancing and promoting integrity as a broader concept, and anti-corruption is much more specific. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm really pleased that you're a pro-integrity agency. Do you, I mean, there are some pro-integrity elements written into the National Anti-Corruption Commission legislation. So perhaps this will work two ways, would you say, that the integrity framework that you bring can enhance the work of the NAC?
We fully expect that those two remits will dovetail together quite nicely, especially in the education and awareness remit that the NAC will have. And that's something that we're really keen to explore with the NAC in the implementation phase in particular. And we also now have the APS Academy available to all APS agencies to conduct those sorts of training and awareness courses. So we have that functionality now in the Commission.
Good. Will the establishment of the National Anti-Corruption Commission require any changes to your APS values, codes of conduct or employment principles?
We are looking at the values now following the APS reform agenda that was set out by Minister Gallagher last week in her speech to IPA. We're looking very closely at the concept of stewardship as a value and bringing that in to the Act. We're looking at how that might be operationalised in the Code of Conduct. But in terms of the pro-integrity functions that are currently in the Act, the enactment of the NAC bill, we don't expect to be required to amend the Act. There will be some necessary consequential amendments to the regulations. So I think it's section, let me just get the right section. So section 149, where the NAC Commissioner reports on corruption investigation, they're able to make recommendations for further action. One of those recommendations at subsection 6B is terminating the employment of a person in accordance with relevant procedures. At the moment, corruption is not a standalone grounds for termination under the Public Service Act. So there is functionality in section 29 of the Public Service Act to for the regulations to prescribe any other grounds for termination that might be relevant. There is no regulation at the moment, and we have intention to remake the regulations by the sunset deadline of April 1 next year. Part of that remake will include a new ground for termination, which will be if the NAC Commissioner has recommended termination following a corruption investigation.
That's very useful. Thank you. No more questions from me. Thanks very much.
Senator Billick.
Thank you. The APS Commission's corporate plan says you will engage closely with the Attorney-General's Department on establishing a NAC, including APS-specific capability components. Firstly, can you tell me what APS-specific capability components actually means, because I don't really speak bureaucracy. And then can you outline to the committee the engagement to date you've had with the AG department?
I think by capability components, it's we're referring to the ability of a public servant to understand their roles and responsibilities in relation to integrity and to perform their functions in line with the Public Service Act, the Code of Conduct, the values and things like that.
Oh, that's a much easier explanation.
Yeah.
Maybe you should look at that rewriting all
in the
that.
corporate plan.
It also refers to the capability of agencies to investigate misconduct. So they already have that capability as part of their ordinary business. There are a range of investigations that agencies undertake, not just in relation to the Code of Conduct. There's also public interest disclosures, privacy breaches, work health and safety incidents. So most agencies, depending on their size, will have an investigation capability. We wanted to discuss with AGD what the establishment of the NAC might mean in terms of the increase in referrals to and from agencies with the NAC, what that might mean in terms of impacting agency capability to handle those referrals. We're comfortable with how that will likely work in the short term, in the implementation phase and the early commencement phase, certainly. In the coming years, that's something that might need to be revisited. but we revisit capability all the time.
So just, can you just further expand for me the engagement with the AGD today?
Sure. On the 23rd of June 2022, both Claire and I met with the Attorney General's Department for an initial meeting, noting, of course, that the Attorney General's Department was on a very rapid journey to make sure that they had developed the legislation in time. So that gave us an opportunity to advise where we thought the potential rub points might be and the intersections might be, and we both committed that we would work together from that point forward. Throughout July, the Attorney General's Department started to bring requests for comments to the APSC on the draft bill. So there was just interaction between Claire's team and the team in the Attorney General's Department.
And in late July, I think it's the 27th, AGD made a presentation to Secretary's Board on the model and the design principles and the likely inclusions of the bill and how that might affect agencies. Yep.
Then we had further throughout July and August in discussion with the Attorney General's Department about our comments. So we provide comments and then we would meet with them to discuss the comments. And that led to our comments being incorporated, I think, to our satisfaction, that the draft bill being introduced to Parliament on the 28th of September. So we're comfortable that the intersections that we raised right from the start were listened to and are reflected. And I guess those are mainly reflected in the aspects of the bill where there's that referral pathway for certain instances to be made back to the Commissioner where the NAC feels that that's appropriate.
So you're happy with the whole consultation process?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, one of the issues that we wanted to really nail down was the ability for the APS Commissioner to have some visibility of a corruption investigation that might be conducted into an agency head's conduct as prescribed in the bill. And that's something that we were really clear had to occur because the APS Commissioner has ongoing statutory responsibilities for managing agency head conduct.
Thanks. The other area I'm quite interested in is the education and prevention function that that the NAC will have. Are you able to explain to us or tell us how you think these functions will assist the APS? And can you outline any strategies or systems that the Commission has implemented that will be a benefit to the NAC?
So we have a range of integrity, I'll say, engagement and information sharing mechanisms that sit at various levels across up and down in agencies. So at the top level there's the Integrity Agencies Group, which is a group of APS and other Commonwealth agencies with integrity functionality. The APS Commissioner chairs that group, and that's a really key forum for that information sharing. And sitting under that group, there's a deputies level. There's also an ethics contact officer network, a cross-agency conduct officer network, and ACLI also manages a corruption community of practice. So there are a range of mechanisms where we already share and disseminate information to APS employees. But I think there is scope for further education and awareness in terms of what corruption means and what fostering a pro-integrity culture means. And we're looking forward to engaging with the NAC on that.
I'd refer back to what Claire said earlier about the APS Academy. So we have a training institution for the public service. There's opportunities to embed these messages throughout whatever courses are run through the academy. And of course we have mandatory integrity training for public servants. So there will be opportunities for the NAC to embed in existing training the concepts related to corruption and their role, so that there's, I guess, it's seen as part of the ecosystem rather than being something outside the ecosystem.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Ms Lawrence?
Thank you. I was just wanting to clarify, how many investigations that you said that
Into agency heads that the Commission.
I think it
looks
was
at.
it 5
We've had 4 complaints in 2022 calendar year. and
of corruption,
Not corruption, this is just broad suspected misconduct.
misconduct.
And I wouldn't consider any one of those to involve corruption as it's defined.
And then you said later that with the establishment of the NAC, you're looking to set things up to prepare for an influx of referrals.
I was referring to the influx of potential referrals about APS employee conduct. We don't know the volume that might come in.
So yes.
Preparing.
So I understand that ACLE's focus is very much around the law enforcement components of particular agencies in the ATO and others, plus the actual law enforcement agencies themselves. So who's currently looking at corruption within the public service generally?
I would consider ACLE to be responsible for that functionality at this time, and AGD.
But they're in their annual report, and we'll be speaking that to them later, but they're defining their role and of their remit seems to be quite narrow.
So corruption as it's defined involves behaviour that would otherwise potentially be a breach of the code of conduct. So we, as I think I've mentioned, we don't investigate corruption per se. It's
Sure.
breaches of the code of conduct as it's set out in the.
And then just appreciating, I'm asking you a little bit about ACLE, but it's because I'm trying to understand the intersect back, because you did talk about the role within the Public Service Act of retaining staff and the capacity to dismiss staff. So in ACLE's numbers, if I can just find it very quickly, the numbers are quite extraordinary in terms of numbers presented to them for investigation, and where, you know, there is this looking like corruption, but the numbers that are subsequently investigated and then found to be corruption is actually very low. So the starting point and then the end point is like, you know, thousands, and then 30 odd, you know, as round numbers, very, very loose numbers, but they're in the report. So what's happening with that big bundle of people that have been identified as potentially breaching beyond misconduct, because it's been referred to ACLE? Does that all come back to you for looking into and investigating?
The Commission doesn't investigate.
But in terms of
code
looking
conduct.
at those areas of concern, because clearly it was hit a high enough threshold for ACLE to report it as being of concern, but presumably their resourcing and their capacity and other limitations mean they can't chase everyone down to a finding. So do they come back to you for looking at what to do with those staff that are involved?
I'd have to refer you back to ACLE about what they do with the complaints that don't meet their threshold.
I feel that, and I don't want to speak on ACLE's behalf, but if they felt that there was that it warranted further investigation by the Public Service Commission in the context of Code of Conduct, I would imagine that they would refer those to us, but it's best to check with ACLE.
They would more likely be referring them back to agencies.
Yeah.
Because
Okay,
agency
so the Public
heads
Sector
have.
Commission wouldn't have that, wouldn't intersect at that point to oversight between the two to make sure they are.
No.
It's the agency head that deals with issues of conduct within their own agency.
Okay.
So as Claire said before, we become involved when it's an agency head that is the subject of the complaint.
Their
Sure,
own
thank you.
conduct.
Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying that. Appreciate it.
Can I just clarify? ACLE doesn't cover everyone in the APS. Their remit, in fact, is quite small, although it extended last year or the year before. So what happens in the areas not covered by ACLE? to if there's allegations of serious corruption or systemic corruption?
At the moment, that is a matter for agency heads.
Right, and so would agency heads use the AFP and people like that for their inquiries?
They do.
Right, okay, thanks.
Thank you. Senator Shoebridge?
Well, I think some of it's been clarified. Your role is extremely limited then in terms of investigations. Just the handful of agency heads come under your remit.
Yes.
That's right. And then the rules that you've established can be adopted or not adopted by agencies as they choose. Is that right, for determining breaches of code of conduct?
Agencies are required to determine breaches of the Code of Conduct under their own procedures that are established under Section 15.3 of the Public Service
I
Act
was just reading, agencies may wish to use these procedures as a guide.
as a guide.
Do you have any role in checking the integrity of the procedures different agencies have
No.
adopted? So there's really, there's no body at the moment at a Commonwealth level who's got a kind of overview about code of conduct procedures in the different agencies. They could all be doing their own thing.
As is appropriate, given that agency heads have all rights and powers of an employer under the Public Service Act.
Yeah, but in terms of ensuring that the agencies have a process that holds them to account and that there's nobody checking on the sufficiency or otherwise of the agency's own procedures.
That is not the Commission's role.
Is it anybody's role?
That may be a gap.
There's a gap.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, I think agency heads are required to establish those procedures consistent with the Public Service Act.
And then in terms of understanding how those procedures are working in practice, even just get a handling on data, there's no central repository for data either, I assume.
No, there isn't.
That's another gap.
We do get indications.
No, sorry, Ms McLean, nodding doesn't turn up on transcript. So
It may be a gap.
it is a gap, isn't it? Again, nodding doesn't
Yes.
turn up. Yeah, okay.
We do have some data that we can use just to monitor broad trends and perceptions. So we've got the Public Service Census, which is staff perceptions of matters, and we do an agency's HR survey where we collect data, but it's not, I wouldn't say it's a complete picture.
And if somebody is aggrieved, if a member of the public service at the moment has a grievance about how the code of conduct investigation that they may have initiated or has been initiated against them, how that's actually worked in practice, they don't have a right to come to you, do they?
It's open to them to come to them. We don't have an obligation to investigate.
Or any power to investigate?
That's right.
So they could come to me as well. They could go to someone at the coffee shop. But
The Commonwealth
the-
Ombudsman is also able to investigate the administration of matters.
But other than the Ombudsman, there's no one you can think of in the space, Commonwealth space.
No. Yes, the Merit Protection Commissioner.
Yeah.
Right, and would the Merit Protection Commissioner, is it the Commissioner's responsibility to investigate how agency heads run a code of conduct complaint?
I'll have to take that on notice, but I believe so.
And at the moment, if somebody views themselves as a whistleblower with a grievance that hasn't been addressed in their perception adequately within an agency, it's potentially the Merit Commissioner. Again, nodding doesn't turn up. Ms. McLean.
Yes.
Yep. But you'll get back to us on that.
Yes, I will.
And there's the overall residual jurisdiction of the Ombudsman.
Yes.
But there's nothing specific you can point to in your procedures that says if a whistleblower comes and they've got a grievance, Do you
it's
have
an
a procedure?
individual
Do you have a
grievance.
procedure in place or a document you can point to that shows how they get assisted through this process?
I can take that on notice.
It's probably on the website.
There's also the public interest disclosure process.
Yeah.
We've got time. I think we've got time.
I've got a follow-up question. I mean, the public sector has been agencised, is that right?
Agencyised.
Agencyised, hasn't it? So everybody has been running their own show, and that has been for quite a long time. There would have been a time where you would have had these overall, your organisation would have these overall conduct of the service, but over time, you know, progressively, it's been agencyised, siloed.
Decentralised.
I'm not sure that's entirely correct. So the
Yep.
agency heads are the accountable authorities and the employers under the Fair Work Act
Under
and
the
the Public
Fair
Service
yeah,
Act.
Fair Act. But, so I'm talking before the Fair Work Act, right? So I'm talking a while ago, progressively over 30 years probably. It's been from centralised where you are in charge to siloed, hasn't it?
It's a devolved model,
Evolved, okay. So evolved.
There's no criticism of these
No,
policies.
I'm just
or they're dealing with the organisation
sorry, can I
they've
finish
been
my?
given.
Can I just finish? And
wanna
I'm
be
giving
clear.
historical context so you can understand. And this is not going to be the only matter where it drops behind, because when you give everybody responsibility and you duplicate heads and you duplicate HR people and you do all of those things, which happens in corporate Australia on a daily basis, this is what happens, isn't it? And so it's who is in charge of the overall picture. And sometimes that comes to a head, doesn't it? So where nobody can tell you what's going on across a whole thing, they can only tell you what happens in their little silo. Would that be fair?
That is fair.
Yeah. And so the Merit and Protection Agency has some, but it is real. And also what happens is, as I understand it, is that sometimes people duplicate what they do because you never quite know what everybody else does. And you can recreate the wheel, can't you? So in one agency they could recreate the wheel, and over here they've been doing it for 10 years. Would that be possible too?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Senator Scarr.
That was very useful, Chair.
Thank you.
Can I...
It's a long history.
What colour should the wheel be?
Can I, before I ask my follow-up question, can I just admit for Senator Shoebridge's benefit, I did go on the website to try and find the guidelines and I struggled. So I would appreciate...
I went down many rabbit
of the
holes.
So you're
guidelines.
pre-Byzantine.
I'm pre-Byzantine.
We will feed that back to our media feedback too.
Well, it could be me. It could be me. It
No,
might be
it's
me.
the
Could be me.
website needs
that-
a little bit of refreshing.
So the only other question I had, Ms McLean, you made a comment which I found a little bit curious about, you're now raising your eyebrows expectantly, about whether or not a finding of corruption could found the dismissal of a public servant and what needed to be clarified in that regard. I'd be interested for you to give a bit more colour on that, because obviously the concept of corruption could include matters which are currently offences under the Crimes Act, which I would have thought pretty clearly
Yes.
would be grounds for termination. But I'm wondering if you can give a bit more colour to that issue.
So there are a number of grounds for termination, but in terms of misconduct, the one that's deployed the most is the breach of the code. There is no corruption grounds for dismissal.
But typically I would have thought most instances of corruption, I haven't read your code of conduct in detail.
Behaviour that would be considered corruption is very likely, almost in every instance.
Almost certainly,
Almost
I would have
certainly.
thought.
To be
Or else there's a problem with the code.
Oh yeah.
That's
to be
yeah.
a breach of the code.
Right. So, but you seem actively considering whether or not there is some gap that needs to be fixed in that regard. Is that a belt and braces sort of approach, just to make it clear?
Yes.
Perhaps it needs a term like corruption of any other kind. to be clear
Yeah.
that it's covered by the code.
Though those terms can be somewhat vague.
Again, I think the NAC describes systemic and serious corruption. So
Okay.
where it was deemed appropriate that the matter could be dealt with under the Code of Conduct, the NAC might refer back to the agency head for dealing with that. But the powers of the NAC they have, as you can see in the NAC, significant investigative abilities where they find serious and systemic corruption.
But just to tidy this up for the Hansard record, if for nothing else, in the vast majority of cases, you're confident that if there was a finding of corruption against a public servant, that would constitute a breach of the Code of Conduct and there wouldn't be any issue of a gap.
There's no issue of a gap in terms of the type of conduct that might warrant termination if the conduct is found to be a breach of the code. It's a question of whether or not there was the ability for the NAC to make a recommendation, a finding that termination should happen. And we wanted to make sure that the agency heads weren't being directed. So it's still the power to terminate an employee of the APS is still held by the APS.
Right, but the bill
agency head.
provides that the Commissioner could give a recommendation
That's
in
right.
that regard. So
That's right.
that's satisfactory from your perspective?
Yes.
It's just you think the execution of the recommendation, the implementation of the recommendation should still be with the agency?
That's right. It must
Okay.
be with the agency.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your attendance here today. You have been asked to provide some additional information, so could you please forward it to the Secretary within 5 days from today? That might be 5 business days. Don't count the weekend, all right? Yeah, unless you want to. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. So again, thank you very much for coming and speaking to us today. Can I now call the representatives and welcome the representatives from the Australian National Audit Office. Thank you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Grant Hare, Auditor General.
Rona Malloy, Deputy Auditor General.
Tommy Warner, Group Executive Director, Performance Audit.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament, therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Good morning, Chair and committee members. We welcome the invitation to assist the committee. The ANAO has made 2 previous submissions to committees of the Parliament inquiring into enhanced national integrity corruption framework. In April 2017 to the Select Committee on National Integrity Commission and in February 2019 to the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislative Committee. We also appeared at hearings of the later committee held in February 2019. Those submissions had regard to specific proposals under consideration at the time and they addressed issues relating to the ANO's audit mandate for the proposed commission and related entities, potential impacts on the independent conduct of the Auditor-General's function under the Enhanced Integrity Framework and the application of the framework to the ANAO as an agency. We've not made a submission on this occasion as the key issues relating to audit mandate and independence that we had previously raised have been addressed in the draft bill that is currently before the Parliament. I would be pleased to answer any questions from the committee.
Thank you. Senator Scarr.
Thank you. And, good to see you all again. I've been missing you since I haven't been on the Parliamentary Joint Standing Committee for Public Accounts and Audit. Can I ask you, in terms of your experience in relation to dealing with that Parliamentary Joint Standing Committee, what are the sorts of matters that have been dealt with in your experience by that committee in discharging its oversight function of your office?
The committee's sort of statutory role with respect to its relationship with us goes to, firstly, they act as a sort of representative of the Parliament in giving us, the Parliament's views on what things could be audited, so providing the Parliament's priorities with respect to audit. It undertakes a role with respect to our budget, where we provide a budget submission to the committee every year on its request, setting out what our funding is, what issues we have with our funding, and then the committee makes representations to the government after considering our budget, and then makes a presentation to the Parliament on budget day with respect to how they see the funding of the committee, so it considers whether we're appropriately resourced. And it receives the reports from our independent auditor, so that's both respect to financial audit, but also about every 18 months we have a performance audit done of our operations, and that report's tabled in Parliament and considered by the committee. It's involved in my appointment processes, so the process involves the executive government putting forward a proposition, and then of who would be appointed, then the committee considers that. That issue of appointment was considered by the committee in the context of its review of our Act under the last Parliament, and we recommended to government that the way that happens should be reversed, that it's more the committee should run the process and then it go to government for whether it sort of supports or rejects the proposal, which is sort of where Auditor General appointments have been moving over recent years. In states, that there's been a tend to move it away from the executive towards the Parliament doing the appointments. And it has a core function in examining all of our reports that we table in Parliament and considering those. It largely does that in the context of considering whether entities are acting on the reports rather than looking at doing an examination of the quality of the report or anything like that, but that can come into the consideration.
Okay. So I'm interested just to drill down a bit further into the discharge of those functions by that Parliamentary Joint Standing Committee from your perspective. Mm-hmm. So first, if we look at the budget process, is it correct that during the term of the last Parliament that your office raised concerns with respect to the budget provision for your office in terms of its impact on your ability to undertake what you considered to be an appropriate number of investigations, and that you raised that concern with that Parliamentary Joint Standing Committee?
As part of our budgetary processes, we raised concerns that our budget position didn't allow us to continue the level of performance audit activity that we considered appropriate, and that the committee, I think, agreed again in its review of our Act last year that it recommended that we continue to be funded to fund about 48 performance audits a year. We raised that issue with the committee in the context of us also raising it as a budget proposal with government at the same time.
Right. And what action did the committee take after you raised that concern with respect to your budget and the ability to conduct what you consider to be an appropriate number of performance audits during the course of a year?
There was more than one occasion. I think it happened on 2 occasions, and the committee, I can't go into the committee, basically, we put in a submission, we did a private briefing to the committee and talked about the issues that we had, and then I understand the committee
So the committee's got a duty to make representations
made
to the
representation of
Prime
government.
Minister.
So as you understand it, the committee did in fact make representations to the government following the input you provided with respect to your concerns. Is that correct?
That's my understanding of what happened has happened on each occasion.
Yeah.
With respect to that.
And perhaps I won't tie it to the actual representations themselves, but was there a change in the budget for your office? Was there an increase in the budget for your office as a result of that process, is what I'm trying to get to. How effective was the process?
We, in 2020-21, our proposal for funding was accepted in whole.
In whole? Okay. So from your perspective, that's an important process.
I think it's a very important process for organisations like ours, which serve the Parliament, that the Parliament has a vehicle for putting its view to the government on the budget of the organisation. And the process, we don't go to government much for money. It's sort of every 5 or 6 years it probably tends to happen. But when we do, the process generally works okay. We've had some hiccups in the process which we've talked to the committee about and government about, and that's largely about how much you can disclose to the committee, which may go to the budget process, but we've got a set of operating procedures now which work quite effectively. So our the JCPAA passes a resolution which basically says to us that we should put in a submission each year on our budget, that we should update the committee if our estimates change during that process, so they're aware of the situation. We've worked that through with the executive government, that how we do that within the budget rules, because at the end of the day, the budget rules are a set of executive policies, but the JCPAA has a legislative role and it needs to carry that out, and we have a legislative requirement to brief them, so if they ask us for the information, we have to give it to them. So we've worked through all of that, so there's an appropriate arrangement for us to keep the committee and the Parliament informed about our budget position within the context of the general sort of secrecy around budget processes. And
okay.
What that basically means is if there's some form of measure applied to our budget, we tell the committee before the budget that it's happened.
Sorry, I missed that last bit.
If there's a measure applied to our budget during the budget process, we'll inform and we're aware of it, we'll inform the committee prior to the budget that that's occurred.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, thanks.
In fact, if there are any questions on the budget, I was going to move on then to the appointment process. So.
Yeah, I'm just I'm wondering about this transparency issue, and given what you've just told us, and would perhaps a statement to the Parliament by the Minister, if they deviate from the recommendation from the Joint Committee recommendation, bring a layer of transparency and accountability to this process?
I'm not certain to add much in reality, because as I said, the chair of the committee, there's a statement made in both houses of Parliament on budget day by the committee with respect to our budget and their view on it. So to date, our experience is that that sort of produced the transparency around those issues. So we're a strange organisation in some respects. So
You're such an importance. I wouldn't call you strange.
I have no concern about saying that we proposed to government that we get extra X million dollars and we didn't get it. Like, that's not something that we're not an organisation that thinks that we can't do those type of things.
We
So-
don't have a minister in the same respect of executive
Agencies.
agencies. And so where some agencies feel constrained because it's the minister's statement, the Prime Minister, for the purposes of us, is a board and lodgings for budget management, if you like, for passing through into the government processes.
And because we speak to Parliament pretty clearly, if we were concerned that we were being underfunded and that our proposals weren't getting up, the Parliament would hear from us about it. So a minister making a statement wouldn't make much difference in my view around that for us. But that's just the nature of how we interact with the Parliament, and my role as an independent officer of the Parliament.
So the Parliament would hear from you via the committee, though?
Yeah, or annual
Or
report,
Senate
or
estimates,
Senate
annual
estimates, or
reports. Yeah.
wherever we thought it was appropriate to say it. It's
Senator Scott.
budget.
Yeah, sure. Senator Shoebridge?
There's this ongoing debate amongst different jurisdictions about how integrity bodies, broadly spoken, should be funded. And do you accept that? Well, first of all, you accept that that's the case.
that there's a debate, yes.
Yep. And that when we're talking integrity bodies, at least we would include auditors or auditors general and ICACs/NACs. They would fall within the broad concept of integrity bodies.
Yes.
Yeah, and we could extend it more, but we won't for today's purposes. In terms of, do you have a view about a best practice model for the funding of integrity bodies?
Not in broad, because I think you have to set them in the context of the constitutional and legal frameworks within which budgets are set and operated. So you can't actually say that there's one model which is perfect for every jurisdiction, because that our constitution has, and the arrangements within how the Parliament work have procedures for how money bills are dealt with, which are different from others.
Well, perhaps I'll
But
step back.
I would say that a principle for bodies like ours, who serve the Parliament, should be that the Parliament has a strong say in whether our funding is appropriate or not.
So maybe we'll go to principles rather than structures. If a body is an integrity agency and reporting to Parliament, and whose job is to hold the executive to account, then the budget process shouldn't be wholly within the remit of the executive. Is that a good starting point?
It never is, because Parliament has the final say on budgets at the end of the day,
Yep.
because Parliament passes budgets and can make whatever commentary it wishes to make in that context. I think the issue is transparency rather than at the end of the day, rather than anything else, and the ability of, in organisations like ours, for Parliament to express a view prior to the budget, not just after.
And I think that timing is one of the crucial issues, isn't it? Because if you're going to have if Parliament's going to have a meaningful role in establishing the budget of an integrity agency, that role has to be exercised at least in part before the budget is
Yes.
set.
Yes.
And the model that applies to your agency is at least a good starting point.
We think it works pretty well
Yeah.
for us. I don't have any concerns with how it's operating.
Yeah, and critically, that involves you informing the committee or having the capacity to inform the committee about what your budget bids are before they go through the expenditure review committee process.
Yes. We have an obligation to inform the committee when they, on their request, of our budget position.
Yeah. And do you see merit in having a similar position, a similar structure for an integrity body in this case, the NAC?
I'm hesitant to go there because I think we're different from them in the role that we play, because while we're an executive agency like the NAC, our work is for the Parliament in its totality. That's all that we do is do information for the Parliament. So I think it's very clear for bodies like us and maybe the Parliamentary Budget Office, which are completely parliamentary focused. The NAC isn't, in my understanding, completely focused on Parliament with respect to its work. It's carrying out an executive function, so it's a little bit different. So I'm hesitant to draw that.
But one of the critical reasons why there is the transparency on your budget is to ensure that you can do your job to hold the executive to account with adequate resources. That's a critical reason, isn't it?
That's absolutely correct, and that's why I go back to the principle. Transparency is a very important thing.
And if we wanted the NAC to be able to hold the executive to account, we would have to ensure that it had the ability to have adequate resources to do that, and that's a non-negotiable for an integrity body, isn't it?
That's right. If you don't have the resources to do the work, you don't do the work. That's what it is at the end of the day.
Senator Scarr, did you want to?
Yeah, so if I can just round out the budget question. So, Mr Hare, so from your perspective, that process has worked well in terms of interaction with that JCPAA, or is it JC?
Yeah.
Joint.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't remember. With that Parliamentary Joint Standing Committee, that process in terms of budget has worked well. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's notwithstanding the fact that the chair of that committee is appointed by from the government, and a majority, the chair of the committee is appointed by the government. That hasn't had any impact from your perspective in terms of how that committee's operated?
The JCPAA's had a long history of being quite bipartisan or non-partisan in those type of operations.
Okay.
It's always seen its role as supporting the function of the Audit Office. I might point out one other bit of our financial framework, which is a bit different from others. In our Act, once an appropriation is made to us, it can't be taken away. So, for example, if we underspend in 1 year, the appropriation endures. It's the same? Okay.
And you can't be the subject of efficiency dividends either?
Yes, we are the subject of an efficiency dividend. But that's built into the appropriation.
If I can just also build on what the Auditor General said about this relationship with the Parliament's also prescribed work for us. So we must audit the financial statements of all Commonwealth entities. And there's prescribed work emerging around performance statements, and the performance audits, the 40 plus per year that we target to do, are, if you like, the discretionary spend in what's left over after we do the mandatory work. So the Parliament, in looking at our budget, has to take account of we have mandatory work to do for the Parliament.
And is that one of the reasons why you've said, I think in your most recent annual report, that you've identified that maintaining resourcing requirements is a strategic risk for the organisation across all audit disciplines?
That's more focused on the challenge that we're all having at the moment of getting enough people.
Yep.
So we have resourcing, like funding issues like everyone, but our primary resourcing challenge at the moment is simply recruiting enough people to do the job.
Can I just follow? So what you're describing is very similar to the structure, I think, that's proposed in this bill of oversight by the Joint Parliamentary Committee. There's a government chair. There's the ability to raise budget and finances and review them by the joint group, the joint committee. There's also the ability to, the Act also provides that you can't go backwards in your funding. So that's very similar to what you just described, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's not a can't go backwards, Chair.
Sorry,
It's
that's
a,
my layperson.
Yeah, once an appropriation's made,
Yes.
it can't be unmade in
Yes.
our respect. So a measure that might apply to other people can't reduce that already made
No,
appropriation.
yes, sorry, I was a little inexact in my language, but that's what I
Chair,
meant.
I don't think that's an accurate characterisation of the oversight, because the critical difference is it's retrospective budget oversight for the NAC as opposed to the proactive role
Well,
in relation to your committee.
well, sorry, doesn't the Act
Isn't
say
that right?
doesn't the Act say that we're empowered to review the NAC's budget and finances and report to the Parliament on the sufficiency of the NAC's resourcing to support the functions? That to me sounds proactive. Doesn't sound. You can review what's happening, but you can look ahead. Can you not? Is it, or have I got that wrong?
Rather than you and I debate it.
No, I get that, but I think the Auditor General has suggested it's the same, but go on, Senator
I
Scott.
haven't made any comparison between the two pieces
I
of
understand.
legislation, so I can't
You
comment
haven't
on
gone through that
That's
forensic
okay. I won't
exercise
verbal
of
you.
comparing the two bills,
Yeah,
right?
so we're not going to verbal you, is the key
I
point.
was just said that.
in
I
this
don't think the
process.
chair was doing that.
Well, I said I won't. I'm not trying to verbal you, but I'm trying to cut to the chase again with what I understood with it to perhaps imprecisely, and I apologise. But Senator Scarr, precisely.
Can I shift topics and go to the process that led to your appointment? What was the process? And I'm interested in the context from your perspective in terms of the practical process and also how the legislative framework occurred. So the practical process informed by the legislative process or the other way around. But not just the words in the bill, but how it worked in practice from your perspective. And I know we're going back a few years, so...
in practice, the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet ran a recruitment process. They had a search consultant who assisted them in that process to identify potential people for the role. They ran an interview process for people for the role. Well, I was interviewed, so I assume there was an interview process, but and then I was recommended to the JCPAA.
So who recommended...
the Minister, the Prime Minister.
So the Prime Minister recommended you...
That's what's required under the Act.
Right.
Yeah.
So you were then recommended to the committee.
Yes.
Was that the first interaction? Was that the first point at which the committee was informed that you were the recommended candidate? Well, was the committee involved in the process before that, to your knowledge?
I don't know.
You
sorry.
don't know. Okay.
Once I was recommended, I met with the committee and sort of had another interview type process with the committee.
So just in relation to that process, that provided the opportunity for the committee, in this sort of context, presumably in camera, to ask you questions with respect to your experience, presumably, also with respect to how you considered you would go about discharging your duties and functions under the Act. It provided the committee an opportunity to raise any concerns. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so that was an important part of the process, that the committee actually had the opportunity to meet with you and ask you those questions.
Yes.
Okay. And was there anything that, from your perspective, that occurred after that process, or you were simply confirmed in the position? Or?
Well, after that, it needs, if the decision is to appoint someone, it goes to the Governor-General, and the Governor-General makes a statutory appointment. That was it.
So the Minister
Senator
needs to
Stark, I might just clarify
Sure.
one point. If some members of the committee didn't agree with that appointment, who would ultimately make the decision on behalf of the committee? Would the chair have that casting vote?
The Act says that the proposed recommendation is referred to the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit for approval, and the committee has approved the proposal. So it's the process. It's a committee process to make that decision.
one of the features under the proposed NAC legislation is that there would be a government chair with a casting vote. So any decisions ultimately about the appointment of a commissioner, if there was disagreement in the committee, the chair, who is a member of the government, would have the casting vote. And I'm curious as to whether you think that may jeopardise independence or politicise in some way.
I can only talk about my role. I would say that for Auditor General appointments, if there was significant dissent within the committee over the appointment of an Auditor General, that would be very problematic for the Auditor General going forward in the role. And I've been involved in appointment processes for three Auditor Generals, 2 as an applicant and 1 as a panel member, and I've never seen dissent from a committee in that, to my knowledge. Because of the role of the Auditor General as being sort of an independent officer of the Parliament, if there's some partisan view with respect to the Auditor General, I think that would become quite problematic.
I think it would too.
Yeah, so
So, Dr. Haynes,
Yes.
the Act which establishes the Joint Committee actually sets out the role of the JCPAA, and it might be worth getting advice on that from others. We're not the experts on the JCPAA Act, but in relation to appointment, it's a majority under Section 8A of the Act.
Yes.
So we see that as a matter set by Parliament.
Yes,
but
thank you. I was just curious as to your reflections. Senator Scarr, maybe another question, then we've got Mr Lim.
Yeah, sure. I'll just tease out this
Yeah,
appointment
sure.
process if I could. So, Mr Hare, you referred to the fact that there was a recommendation made by the Joint Committee in relation to the appointment process, and that recommendation was made in the context of the committee's role to review the legislation on a periodic basis. I think it'd be useful just to go through in a bit more detail what that recommendation was.
sorry, I'm just trying to find it.
There were many. There were 27.
So that it was to have the process by the JCPAA.
And just whilst you're looking, just to inform the sort of commentary I'm looking for, it seems to me you can have a model where one person is recommended to the committee. So the committee has one person coming before the committee and makes an assessment as to whether or not they'll recommend or not recommend. Another potential model would be a number of shortlisted candidates come before the committee, and the committee gets involved one stage before, if you like, rather than right at the end with a recommend or not recommend decision with respect to a single candidate.
The recommendation from the JCPAA was that the government consider ways to amend the Act to expand the role of the Joint Committee of Public Accounts as the relevant parliamentary committee in the appointment process of the Auditor General. This could include requiring approval by the JCPAA of the Prime Minister's nominee by unanimous approval or supermajority. So it went to the point that you were raising.
The rationale is here this way.
Okay.
And that was around, that was their consideration of strengthening the independence of the role.
So there was no recommendation with respect to the committee considering a short list?
Sorry, no.
No, okay, thanks.
Thanks, Paul. And Senator Shoebridge just got a follow-up question on budget.
The critical, there are two critical statutory provisions, I think, in terms of the budget setting for your office. One is Section 53 of the Auditor General Act, I think, which permits you, or which requires you on request from the committee to provide the draft estimates, the draft budget estimates to the committee. You're aware of that?
Yes.
And then in terms of the committee's role, and I think that's under the 1951 Public Accounts Act, 81J and 81L require the committee to consider the draft estimates and then to make recommendations to both Houses of Parliament on the draft estimates.
Yes.
And to the Minister.
And to the Minister. In this case, the
Prime Minister.
Prime Minister. And those are not replicated in the NAC bill. Do you see merit in considering those for the NAC?
They work well for us.
All right. Well, perhaps I've tried to do this before, so I'm going to stop. I will go back to how they work for your practice, in your agency, in ensuring the independence of funding for your agency. How do they work in practice for the Auditor General?
I think they work quite effectively. We've over the last half a dozen years developed an arrangement with the JCPAA where, as I mentioned before, they've got a standing recommendation that we provide them with the estimates and that we update them if anything changes. The committee makes recommendations to the Minister, and then there's a statement in Parliament on budget day to comply with the Act, and it seems to work quite well for us.
Okay. I think we've been on this a bit, and I'm concerned about the time. Mr. Lim.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for coming. I got a very simple question. So when you do auditing, if you found any serious or systematic corruption, what you do normally before this NAC?
We refer it to an appropriate body. So in sometimes it might be if we identify some form of fraudulent activity within an entity, we might go to the accountable authority and point out to them that we've identified that. We then generally follow up with them to make sure that they've undertaken action. We also refer things to relevant investigatory bodies. We've referred things to the AFP. We've referred things to various integrity commissioners. So it depends on if, in defence, we've referred it to the Inspector General of Defence when we've identified issues which relate to generally around fraud and corruption. And there was audit in the last Parliament with respect to Leppington Triangle where we referred matters to the police. But we've done other sort of referrals.
So one of the interesting things for us is that there isn't an obligation to refer. We're not an investigatory body, and everything we do is confidential because we're doing it for the Parliament. And so if we were to raise a matter with an investigatory body, that is the Auditor General deciding to not treat some information as confidential in order to pass it on. So it's not a referral in the way that can happen elsewhere. It's a public interest test on the Auditor General to decide if something should be handed to someone else.
And when we do it, particularly to AFP and people like that, we have to be very careful that they understand that everything that we do is covered by parliamentary privilege. So if they want to act on it, they have to be clear of what we give, what of which we give them they can actually utilise in their investigative process if it went to prosecution. So there's an interaction there that we have to make, but that would happen. We'd do that, refer something, say, in my time, probably every 1 to 2 years, there'd be an issue that we'd refer to an integrity body.
So do you support NAC bill?
We'll be the auditor of NAC and we don't comment on policy. At the end of the day, our job is to review what's implemented, not to comment on whether it's a good idea or not.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you. Dr. Haynes.
Thank you. You just mentioned the example of referring the Leppington Triangle case to the AFP. Can you think of examples that you might uncover that you would in fact choose to refer to the National Anti-Corruption Commission?
I think examples, I think that one we would have tossed which way to go, but I suspect it was more the nature of it was more of a police matter than anything else. I would think it'd be, well, it goes to serious and systemic corruption. So if we saw sort of significant fraudulent activities at particularly the senior level of an organisation, in our recent reports to Parliament on financial audits, we've on a number of occasions raised issues that we've identified with executive remuneration. I think at least one of those I may have thought about referring it to the NAC.
Well, should there be provisions?
No, can I think you've had a fair go. Dr Haynes?
Well, I'll take that question. Should there be provisions in the bill that make that clear?
I think we've recommended to the JCPAA that our Act at the moment specifically says that we can refer things to the AFP. We think it would be better if it was specific in there that we can refer things. Now, does it matter? No, because there's a general ability for the Auditor General to disclose information in the public interest, so we could do it in any case, but given that there's a specific reference to the AFP, we think that it would be useful for our Act to include a specific reference to referring things to the Commission. I don't think it would make much difference.
But it would clarify.
It would clarify, but when we identify issues which are beyond our scope as auditors and go into the requirement for investigation, we always consider who we should give it to investigate, because you can't walk past these things, so you have to hand them on.
Thank you. Could I ask you to comment on the definition of corruption as outlined in the NAC legislation and how that might relate to maladministration or pork barrelling as you see it? Do you think there is... Do you want to comment on that?
I don't think it's for me to comment. Like there's a...
Do you think the definition would capture?
I think it's a matter for Parliament to decide what it wants the legislation to capture, not for us to make, not for the Audit Office to make commentary around that. We act within the frameworks that are established, and as I said previously, our role as the auditor for the Parliament is to some extent to assess whether entities are carrying out their functions correctly. I don't think it's really our role to say what that function should be determined to be. These are executive entities, they're subject to audit. So I wouldn't like it to be suggested that we have a prior view of what they should be doing.
No. All right, thank you.
Mr Zapier?
Thank you, Chair. Mr Heer, when you refer a matter to another agency, such as the AFP or whatever agency happens to be, do you then follow up in any way as to whether that matter has been properly investigated, and do they report back to you? And secondly, with respect to all of that, have you had cause to refer matters to ACLEI, and if so, how would you describe your relationship with that agency?
We follow up generally. I think we're with a body like the AFP, there's less need to follow up because that's their function. If we're referring things to, say, to an accountable authority where we've identified something which is of concern to us within the entity, we will follow up to make sure that they do something, because sometimes the incentive structures might be a bit different there, so we chase up. And when we do that, we tell Parliament, so it'll be in our report that we've raised issues with an entity, whether it's an integrity entity or the agency itself. We have referred one issue to ACLEI. We've got I think a reasonable working relationship with them.
We have similar interests in a number of areas in public administration around ethics and integrity. We've referred one matter. It didn't come up in an audit. It was something that got sent to us. It wasn't relevant to our work, and we referred it on. We didn't follow up. We're not investigators, and
No,
they're
I
not
understand
accountable
that.
to us. So it's not an often thing that we do, but where we do it, we have good relationships.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Ms Lawrence?
Thank you. Are you comfortable with the bills as drafted will not interfere with your functions or your independence from the executive?
We've had a number of conversations with the department around the issues that have been of concern to us, and the primary, they go to mandate and independence. Mandate is every government entity should be subject to audit. These ones are government entities, and the bill makes them subject to audit, so that's fine. We're comfortable with that. It hasn't impacted our mandate there. Independence goes to the ability of the entity to interfere with our work, and I think the explanatory memorandum makes it clear that they don't have an ability to stop us from doing our work or prevent us from doing it, which is fine. And like we shouldn't be able to stop anyone else from doing work. I think that works well. In practice, how that would work, and it does at the moment, when we would, if we're covering a similar area, we would engage with them and make a decision about whether it's worthwhile two entities spending resources on a similar area and whether one of us would interfere with the other. And with most of the other bodies that do integrity type work, that's how we operate at the moment, in a collaborative manner.
So if you saw an instance of fraudulent activity that could be defined from the ICAC Commissioner's perspective as being serious or systemic, would you feel that ICAC had primacy, though, in terms of undertaking an investigation to chase that down, or would you, in the interest of public disclosure, fulfil your function and report it to the relevant parliamentary committee or other mechanism? Like, what would prevail in your perspective?
Public interest would prevail under our Act, and we would have a conversation with the Commission about whether they have an interest in the matter and think it fits into their categories, and discuss with them what the best way forward for it is. Given that we're not that type of investigatory body, it's unlikely that it'll be actually completely central to our work, and on some occasions, we may make a decision that we'd go on and report without referencing it in detail.
So would you envisage, as other witnesses have suggested, that they may or will do, is pursuing an MOU to set some terms around how you might, where there perhaps is a tension between the timing or the jurisdiction of each of your respective independents, that you might have a way to cover this off before you get to an actual issue?
I'd prefer to try and get the relationship to work before trying to write it all down. I'm not certain. There will be grey areas in our work, but I think if you're communicating these things, then I'm open to an MOU, but I wouldn't rush into one just.
But if the ICAC Commissioner advised you, knowing that you were perhaps going to be doing going into a reporting period soon, that they're undergoing an investigation, it's private, they're at a very sensitive point to understand the full extent of the issue, and they asked you to defer or not disclose anything, would that impact on your functions?
No, because the Act sets out that we need to take into account public interest in reporting.
Okay, in that case, you'd have regard to their...
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
Thanks. Thank you for your attendance here today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretary within 5 days from today? You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and we'll have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription error. And so again, thank you very much for coming at such short notice. Thank you. Can I now call the representative of the Australian Commission for Law Enforcement Integrity? going to have to ask questions. That's why you don't have it. That's why you don't have an independent. Welcome. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Darlene Chief, Integrity Commissioner.
Petra Gartman, Deputy Integrity Commissioner.
And Peter Ratcliffe, Executive Director, Operations.
Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. We do have your submission, but I also invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to thank the committee for inviting us to come and give evidence today, but also put on the record my thanks to the committee as a whole for the important work that you are doing here in considering these bills and considering how the NAC will be established and in what form it will take. This is really important work, I think, and there's, as the evidence has been given to you over the last few days, there are real tensions in terms of how you legislate these types of commissions that you are working through, and I commend you on the work that you're doing. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Senator Billick.
Thank you. Seems really nice to see you in a different...
Lovely to see you, Senator, as well.
Your submission notes your Act directs the Integrity Commissioner to give priority to corruption issues that relate to serious corruption or systemic corruption. Have you ever had any trouble understanding what serious or systemic corruption actually means?
No, serious and systemic corruption are defined in my Act in Section 5. So serious corruption is defined as corrupt conduct engaged in by a staff member of a law enforcement agency that could result in a staff member being charged with an offence punishable on conviction by a term of imprisonment of 12 months or more. So it's a relatively low bar, a term of imprisonment, an offence that's has a term of imprisonment of 12 months or more. And then systemic corruption is defined as instances of corruption that reveal a pattern of corrupt conduct. So again, it's for that definition, it's a fairly straightforward definition of what you would expect systemic to mean.
And those words, serious or systemic corruption, they've been in your legislation since the beginning, have they?
I believe so. They've definitely been in the legislation since I've been Integrity Commissioner, which has been for the last 2.5 years.
As you know,
that's right. So they've definitely been there for the entire time that I've been acting under the Act.
Yeah, great. Now, you've got the power to be able to hold public hearings, correct?
Yes, that's right.
How many public hearings have you held?
While I've been Integrity Commissioner, I've not had any public hearings, and I believe that ACLI has never held a public hearing. Under my Act, there's, I think there's a two-step process that I need to go through to determine holding a hearing. So the first step is, do I have reasonable grounds to suspect that the evidence, document or thing that's being sought from the hearing will be relevant to the investigation of a corruption issue, and is the hearing the best investigative tool by which to obtain it? That second part of that first step is, I think, an important one, because a hearing is a coercive power in which the rights of a person are impacted. Self-incrimination is not an excuse by which someone can use not to answer a question that I ask them in a hearing. And so because of that, because of the coercive nature of the power and the impacts that it has on their rights, I think serious consideration needs to be given as to whether or not it's the most appropriate investigative tool to use. Once I've determined, yes, that the hearing, that first step of the test is satisfied, and that a hearing is appropriate, then I need to go to the second part of the test, which is whether the hearing should be held in public or private. And I need to consider that every single time I consider whether I hold a hearing, and the Leak Act sets out a range of factors that I need to consider in deciding whether to hold the hearing in public or private, or partially in public or partially in private. And it's a balancing between the confidentiality, the prejudice to reputation of the person against the public interest in the hearing occurring in public.
Right, thanks for that. You, ACLI has sort of limited investigative powers in, for example, in agriculture. Are you able to explain to the rest of the committee, because Senator Scarr and I and Mr Zappia obviously have all been on the committee, the ACLI committee, and know how it works, but are you able to explain to the rest of the people how that remit that limits the areas you can actually cover could reduce your ability to fully investigate potentially corrupt behaviour?
Of course. So ACLI is what's known as a narrow jurisdiction anti-corruption commission. My jurisdiction is limited to law enforcement agencies. At the moment, there are 10 agencies that are within my jurisdiction. There are some agencies that are fully within my jurisdiction. So, for example, all of the Department of Home Affairs, all of the AFP are within my jurisdiction, and then there are some agencies that are only partially within my jurisdiction. So, for example, the example that the Senator just provided us with, the Department of Agriculture, Forestries and Fisheries, my jurisdiction is limited to particularly to the import sections of the Department of Agriculture, and accesses to certain systems that are used in that import process. So anything that occurs outside of that jurisdiction is not a matter that I have jurisdiction to investigate.
And so someone could actually, you know, there could be a third party outside the areas you can investigate. I just want to clarify this for everyone else. You could investigate someone inside, but if there's a third party linked to that, you cannot investigate that.
So I can investigate the corruptor in relation to, for example, in my investigation in Operation Voss, we not only referred brief of evidence to the CDPP in relation to the public official, but also the two people outside of the agency that were the corruptors of that person, and all three of those people were prosecuted by the CDPP and were found guilty of various offences. But if there was an allegation that came to me that related to a staff member who was outside of my jurisdiction, solely to a staff member that was outside of my jurisdiction, then it would fail the first limb of the test of whether I had jurisdiction, and it wouldn't be a matter in which I could investigate.
Right. Now, I know that you've been working with the Attorney General's Department to smoothly transition to the new National Anti-Corruption Commission. Are you able to just explain for us or describe to us the engagement that you've had there and how it's gone?
Of course. So the Attorney General's Department has established a NAC task force in order to progress both the legislation, the policy position and the legislation for the NAC, and then for the implementation and establishment of the NAC. There is a steering committee that oversees the implementation work, which I sit on with the Secretary of the Attorney General's Department, and then there's a range of governance processes that sit underneath that. We were consulted in relation to the National Anti-Corruption Commission Bill, particularly to be able to provide information to AGD very quickly in terms of how our Act works in practice, so that they could consider some of those issues in terms of considering the bill itself in the drafting process. And we've been preparing, as the members of the PJC ACLI would know, for for lifting our maturity for both our expansion that occurred last year and for a broad-based anti-corruption commission. So there's been a range of work we've done in terms of our own processes over the last year to prepare for that. And there will be a range of work that happens after the consideration of the bill that will go to the further uplift to establish the NAC, including recruitment to ensure that there's the staff for the NAC, the machinery of government changes for ACLI to move into the NAC, consideration of what further resourcings might be needed in terms of property and other issues like ICT for the NAC.
Thanks for all of that. My last question, if you could just quickly talk to us about how part of your role is to educate and try and stop corruption before it begins. So can you just quickly explain to the rest of the committee any information maybe that you've provided back to agencies, how that reduces the risk of corruption?
Of course. So we, of course, we investigate matters, but when you investigate a matter, you're looking at usually a single matter, whereas when you are thinking in a prevention space, then I think is where you are getting the best bang for your buck, because you're really thinking systemically about what are the corruption vulnerabilities that we're seeing, what are the controls that agencies can put in place to be able to meet those corruption vulnerabilities, so we don't get to the point of needing an investigation into the future. We have a relatively small corruption prevention team at the moment, which is in the process of growing. And I've taken the position over the past year that the corruption vulnerabilities that we see in ACLI in relation to the law enforcement agencies are similar to what I expect will be corruption vulnerabilities that could be seen across the whole of the Commonwealth. There's nothing particular in those corruption vulnerabilities that we've seen in our latest vulnerability report that are particular to law enforcement agencies. So in the last year, I've taken the position to publish my corruption vulnerability brief, which we produce each year, and to send it directly to APS secretaries so that they can be thinking about what are some of the corruption vulnerabilities that may be affecting their agencies, and how can they start thinking about what are the corruption controls that they can put in place. So we do that work sort of on a broad scale, looking across what all of the vulnerabilities are, and then in terms of individual investigations, we also look at those in terms of what are the vulnerabilities, what are the corruption vulnerabilities that particular investigation may tell us, and we make sure that we then feed those back to agencies as well, so that they can be dealing with those as the investigation is continued and finalised.
Sorry, are you saying you send it back to other agencies than the one you actually
back to the agencies that we are
that you cover?
That we cover. That's right.
Okay.
That's right. But I'm taking
back to all.
But I'm taking a broad approach with my corruption
agencies.
vulnerabilities brief and trying to get out wherever I can to speak across the APS about the corruption risks that APS agencies might be facing, and for them to think about what their vulnerabilities are.
Great. Thanks for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Chair, and along with Senator Billick, I really congratulate the Commission for the work it's done, and
thank you, Senator.
I enjoyed my role on the Oversight Committee.
Oh, we miss you.
I just want to ask a question about that definition of serious offence, because it hadn't really occurred to me until you raised it. So, in terms of the bill, the explanatory memorandum talks about the threshold for the new commission to investigate something is serious or systemic. The explanatory memorandum then says the definition of that has its plain meaning, but at the same time, there's a definition of serious offence contained in this bill as it is in your bill, which defines in this bill a maximum term of imprisonment of at least 2 years. In your bill, I think you refer to it being 1 year.
In our bill, it's the definition of serious corruption is then related to a matter which could be that could relate to an offence with a maximum penalty of 12 months. That's right.
Okay, but in this bill for the NAC, that definition of serious offence isn't specifically referred to or connected with the definition of serious corruption. Is that correct? Is that your reading?
Yeah, my reading is that that under the NAC bill, there's not a specific definition of serious corruption. Serious and systemic corruption are given their normal meaning. Under my Act, there is a particular definition. The definition of serious corruption is then connected to an offence with a maximum penalty of 12 months, which, as I've said, is a relatively low
Under your
bar.
bill?
Under my Act.
Yeah.
And then systemic corruption has a straightforward ordinary meaning definition as well. Under the NAC bill, serious and systemic corruption are not defined, and the EM talks about them being given their ordinary meaning.
So I'm just trying to think through what the consequence of that is in terms of how the Commissioner will operate under the new bill, because under your regime, you need to give priority to systemic or serious corruption. So you still have a remit to consider something which is even below that, what you describe as a low threshold of 12 months imprisonment. You still have a remit to consider that behaviour, but you have to prioritise on the basis of, or give priority to serious or systemic matters of corruption. But under this bill, serious corruption is simply given its ordinary meaning, but at the same time within the bill there's a definition of serious offence which is at least 2 years. How do you think that's going to work in practice?
So I suspect in practice serious corruption will be given its ordinary meaning. I'm not going to bind the NAC as to what that ordinary meaning will be, but of course the serious corruption doesn't need to be considered. Its ordinary meaning doesn't need to be considered by reference to the definition of serious offence.
No, it doesn't.
And you're right.
But it's just interesting in the Act.
It is interesting. You're right that there will be a difference. In my Act, I must give priority to serious and systemic. Under the bill, the Commissioner can investigate matters that are serious or systemic. So there is a difference there between giving priority to or where the threshold is for investigations, which under the NAC bill is serious and systemic.
Because in my experience on the Parliamentary Joint Committee, and Mr Zapier and Senator Billick have longer experience than I, some of the matters which were being considered by ACLI were of such a level that one had to reasonably ask whether or not they were of a magnitude that should be considered by an organisation such as ACLI, or whether or not they could have been considered internally by the agency. Is that a reasonable comment?
I think that's exactly right. I think there's a couple of things that could be the cause of that. I've had experience where the allegation that you receive is incredibly serious, and then as the investigation proceeds, that what you determine actually has happened is much less serious but still contains perhaps a criminal offence or should be dealt with in a disciplinary procedure. So there you can have that experience, then that actually the investigation as it falls out then becomes a less serious matter. And there's a consideration then about, at that stage, whether you finalise the investigation or whether you reconsider and send it back to the agency, and that will be a weighing consideration given how much work has been done. But I think
should that, sorry to interrupt, should that, because this point as to what happens at that exact moment you've described, and I'm not sure if you've been watching these proceedings closely, riveting proceedings, but this exact point was raised by, I think it was the Commissioner from Victoria, in relation to whether or not in that exact scenario, this bill seems to provide that the Commissioner would be mandated as soon as the Commissioner came to a view that it had fallen below the issue of serious or systemic corruption to something less, under this bill, it appears that the Commission is mandated to immediately refer it off and stop taking any further action. The point was made to us that at that point it's sensible for the Commissioner to have a discretion as to what to do as the next step, and it might be to finalise the investigation, refer it back, but you shouldn't necessarily be first just to down pencils and stop work. Do you have a view on that?
So under my Act, I have a discretion to be able to reconsider at any time and to then make a different decision about how to deal with it. My reading of the NAC bill is that a similar provision about the ability to reconsider is there within the NAC bill, just like I might commence an investigation when I have jurisdiction, but in the course of the investigation realise that actually I no longer have jurisdiction because the person who might have been involved actually wasn't a staff member, and then I would make a decision to reconsider my investigation, consider whether to refer it to someone else, or it may have at that point be finalised. And I see this similar provisions in the NAC bill to what I have in my Act.
Okay, I want to move on to public hearings quickly. In what, and you've given us guidance with respect to the decision making that you undertake in determining whether or not there should be a public hearing. Can you, in short form, perhaps describe circumstances which might lead you, and I know we're talking about hypotheticals here, but it would be interesting to get your perspective in relation to particular circumstances that you think might lead you down the path of a public hearing?
So I'm particularly conscious that my jurisdiction and my jurisdiction under my Act is different to what the NAC will have under the NAC bill. I'm looking particularly at law enforcement agencies, and the types of matters in which I've run private hearings have been where witnesses have required the protections of the hearing for various reasons, including where witnesses are whistleblowers, and so require some of the protections that occur under my provisions, or require the protections under my hearings, under my hearing power, because of secrecy provisions that mean that allows them to provide me with the information. Witnesses who have declined a voluntary interview, but who we believe have important information for the investigation. And very occasionally, I have used a hearing power in relation to a person of interest where I have really no other options to finalise the investigation to determine what's happened. Though I'm very cautious at that point because of the ramifications of putting a person of interest into a hearing in relation to the use of that evidence in a subsequent prosecution of that person. So I take that step very cautiously. As I said, I consider in every matter whether it's appropriate for that to be dealt with privately or publicly using the test that's under the Leak Act. So you can see from the examples that I've given, they have very much been looking at individuals in individual investigations. I think that under my Act, were I conducting an investigation that was looking much more at systemic issues and looking at the corruption vulnerabilities coming out of those systemic issues, that might be a point at which a public hearing would be appropriate under my Act. But as I said, that's hypothetical. I go through this process on every single hearing that I conduct.
Okay, my last question, I'm interested to know what's happening within the agency, and maybe this question is to you, Mr Ratcliffe. Obviously, as I understand it, ACLI was gearing up potentially to be one of the two divisions of under the previous government, what was being proposed in draft legislation. We now have a model where there's just going to be one division with one entity with the same rules and procedures applying to everyone. What does this mean for the staff of ACLI, and what work is being undertaken in terms of liaison with the staff of ACLI to make sure that they know what's going on what's envisaged in terms of transition of the staff themselves.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Scott. Are you happy for me to
Yeah,
take that? Obviously the welfare of the staff is very important to us. There has been, I guess, a long-running feeling that at some point something like this was about to happen. But yeah, you're absolutely right to say that the form in which this will now take is different. So from a communications point of view, we meet with the staff, that's the whole of the agency, once a month to provide them with an update on how things are going in terms of our preparation. We meet at an executive level on a fortnightly basis, and we send out a weekly report on anything which staff need to know which may have an impact on them moving forward. We envisage that all our staff will MOG, or under whatever arrangements are used, they will turn into staff of the NAC when it begins. The major issues that I think they are thinking about is the amount of work which is incoming, and the expansion of the teams and the bringing in of the expertise we need to match the level of expertise we currently have. I can speak probably mostly on the investigation side, so clearly we will need to replicate or perhaps even go beyond twice as many in terms of our investigators.
How many do you have at the moment?
So in terms of investigations and intelligence officers, we have three operationals teams, numbering between about 12 and 14, and that's a mixture of investigators at a junior and senior level, junior and senior intelligence officers, forensic accountants, and we have a small digital forensics capability as well. So we'll be looking to bring on staff with similar backgrounds to those that we have now. But yes, I think it's fair to say that there's a lot of uncertainty, but we're doing our best as an executive group to try to assuage that as best we can.
Okay, excellent. Commissioner, did you have anything you want to add to that, or you?
No, I think that Mr Radcliffe has handled that
Very
well. Very well. I was going to say adequately, but I meant very well.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for appearing before the committee. I just have one question. You are indeed in a unique position where you head a federal agency that has some level of oversight of a number of other departments, and indeed it would be probably the closest agency we have to the proposed NAC, as I would see it. From your experience, do you believe that the NAC legislation gets the balance right, or do you have any reservations about what's being proposed?
Thank you, Mr Zapier. There is, as this committee will know, and you've heard from various people across the past 4 days, there's various different ways that you can create or you can legislate for an anti-corruption commission. And when I meet with the other anti-corruption commissioners across Australia, as we do try to meet once a year, we can see the differences in our jurisdictions and in the way that we operate, and whether we have jurisdiction that moves into maladministration as well as corruption, or just corruption jurisdiction such as my agency. So there are policy questions here for you as a committee to consider, and for the legislature to consider in terms of how this body is made up and what are the powers that the body has. I am very pleased to see that the NAC will continue to have the law enforcement powers that ACLI currently operates under. They're an important part of our investigation. I'm very pleased to see the consideration of the prevention function, which again is a very important part of what we do. And you'll see from the NAC Bill that while there are differences between the NAC Bill and the Leak Act, there are similarities, particularly in relation to the decisions that the NAC Commissioner can make in terms of investigations and ensuring that investigations can be can be finalised and move into reporting processes. Those reporting processes are incredibly important in my view, and have been an important part of the work that I've done with ACLI. There are some differences in the NAC bill from the Leak Act. The definition of corrupt conduct is broader than the definition that I have under my Act. Clearly the jurisdiction is different. The number of agencies that will come under the jurisdiction of the NAC is significantly more than the 10 agencies that I have jurisdiction over. There are different views in terms of how far to go in relation to that definition of corrupt conduct, and you've heard evidence about that over the course of those 4 days. As I say, it's an extension from the definition that I currently have, and there's considerations about whether or not that goes further. The point I think I would make in relation to that is, and may come from my background as a criminal lawyer, that I would be careful to extend it broadly into all external frauds, given the amount of additional work that may produce for the NAC. But again, that's a matter for the legislature and a matter for how you want this body to operate and what you want it to look at. So, Mr Zapier, I'm not sure that I've quite answered your question as you've asked, but there are many similarities to how my Act currently works, but it clearly is a much broader jurisdiction. And I suspect that with any piece of legislation, just as I've raised issues with the PJC ACLI about how parts of my Act work, and those things have been corrected in this bill, I suspect that once this becomes operational, there will be some issues that are then raised that then come back to the legislature to consider again. They may go to how parliamentary privilege is dealt with. They may go to the breadth of the definition of corrupt conduct and whether it needs to be broader or narrower. It may go to jurisdiction, but I suspect some of those things will not become apparent until the NAC starts operating, which is why both the inspector role and the PJC NAC will be crucial in relation to this agency.
Thank you.
Dr Haynes?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for your evidence this morning. I might just pick up on, you just mentioned the inspector role, and in the evidence we received from the Attorney-General's Department, they said that the part-time function of the inspector was informed by the experience of ACLI. But given the broader scope of the NAC and everything you've just described to us, do you think that a part-time role is sufficient? Have you got any commentary about that?
Look, I'm not sure whether a part-time role is sufficient or whether it would need to become a full-time role. I'm conscious of the fact that for New South Wales ICAC, I think it's currently a part-time role, but
yes.
I think you had
yes,
Mr McIntosh speak to you yesterday, because he's doing not only New South Wales ICAC but Northern Territory ICAC, which is why I think it's a part-time role. Conscious that in the ACT Ombudsman, the Commonwealth Ombudsman is also doing the inspector role, so it's one of a variety of functions that they have. I don't have an inspector under the Leak Act. I think that it's a really important inclusion, and I'm pleased to see it, but exactly how much work will go to the inspector, it's not clear to me. The jurisdictions between ACLI and the NAC are just so substantially different.
Yes.
And the number of decisions that the NAC will be making, which people may want to refer through a complaints process through to the inspector, is substantially different. So I don't, other than to say that I'm aware that in New South Wales and in Northern Territory and the ACT they're part-time roles, I don't really have very much more to go on.
Yeah, no, thanks, Ms Hinchcliffe. Can I just bring you back to public hearings briefly? In section 82.4 of your Act, it's mandated that that you must have regard to certain factors when determining to hold a public hearing or to hold a hearing. Do you believe making these mandatory strengthens the protections under public hearings held in inappropriate circumstances?
So I've I found that my test in relation to the Leak Act has been straightforward. I've not had any issues with the word must in 82.4. I've been able to consider those issues each time that I've decided whether to hold a hearing in public or in private. And I note that the inclusion of any other relevant matter provides me with some discretion so that I'm able to consider any relevant matters in effect in making that decision. So I've found that this test has worked well in practice.
Would you agree that under 72.3 of the NAC bill that it actually adds more and accordingly would provide more protection than what you currently have under your Act?
There are similarities in terms of the tests in relation to the NAC bill and in relation to my Act, but I agree there are other factors that are included in the bill.
Thank you very much, Ms Hinchcliffe. Thank you.
Senator Shoebridge?
Thanks, Chair. So there are additional checks and balances in the NAC bill that don't exist in your bill in terms of the threshold for public hearing, or additional express considerations. That's right?
There are additional, the tests are slightly different in the NAC bill than that is in my Act, on my reading of the NAC bill.
And you don't have the exceptional circumstances.
I do not have the exceptional circumstances test.
Which is a higher threshold than.
It's a different test that needs to be applied than I need to apply.
And your Act came in 2006. When did your agency actually first start performing work? Was it in 2006 or 2007?
I think it was in 2006. But look, Mr Zappia's nodding his head, and he has been around on the, and so is Senator Bilyk. So I'm going to take that they are right on that.
And has it and is it your understanding there hasn't been a public inquiry?
I'll just be careful with the language, because I actually do have an inquiry power, which is again different to the inquiry power under the NAC bill. I don't believe there's been a public inquiry, which is a different thing to what I think you're asking about, which is a public hearing, and I don't believe there's been a public hearing either.
All right, so neither a public inquiry or a public hearing in the 16 years of operation.
That's right. And under my Act, for there to be a public inquiry, that needs to be referred to the Integrity Commissioner from the Attorney General to be able to hold it. The provisions under the NAC bill are different in relation to public inquiries. Therefore, the NAC Commissioner can decide to hold a public inquiry. And my reading of the bill is that that's to particularly look at corruption vulnerabilities and systemic issues rather than individual investigations.
Oh, so it's your understanding that the public hearings under the NAC bill won't look at individual investigations?
No, there's two different things. So the public inquiry power under the NAC bill is different from the public inquiry power under the Leak Act, and my understanding of the NAC in the NAC bill, the public inquiry provisions are really to look at those corruption vulnerabilities rather than individual investigations.
Is one of the reasons, one of the major considerations for you in not holding a public hearing, the definition of serious corruption under your bill, which inevitably references a criminal offence, and therefore the concern about in some way prejudicing a future trial is often a disqualification in your jurisdiction?
No, in every matter I look at the factors in section 82.4 in relation to the particular investigation that the hearing is being held, and I weigh up between the confidential nature of the alleged or suspected commission of the offence, the unfair prejudice to a person's reputation, and whether it's in the public interest. So I'm weighing up those things each time.
I'm not suggesting you don't go through all of that, but I'm particularly looking at D, any other relevant matter. And I'm just wondering if the definition of serious corruption under your Act been limited to where someone is likely to have committed an offence, whether or not that is often one of the reasons, another relevant matter which leads to a determination not to have a public hearing or not? The answer is no.
No, it's the, as I said, I'm considering each of those matters and considering where what the investigation is, who is the witness that we're calling for the investigation, what stage the investigation is up to, and thinking about those factors there.
And each time you've decided not to have a public hearing?
Sorry?
And each time you've decided not to have a public hearing?
That's right. So
how many of those decisions would you have made?
I don't have the exact number of how many hearings I've held, but I can take that on notice for you.
Yeah. But is it in the dozens or?
Well, I'm conscious that I've been Integrity Commissioner for 2.5 years, and during that time we had a significant period of COVID. So there was a period at which we couldn't undertake any hearings, but I can take on notice for you of how many hearings I've undertaken.
Senator Scarr was asking you questions about workforce planning and the like. There hasn't been a commitment one way or another about the transfer of your staff into the NAC.
My reading of the transitionals is that it's quite clear that ACLI staff will be mogged into the NAC.
All right. And is there an agreed process for? Will they retain their positions or their substantive positions? How is that going to work in practice for your staff?
Yeah, so we're working through those processes at the moment. We're about to go through a process of organisational design to be able to make sure that we have both a design that we need for ACLI, or the resourcing, the staff that we need for ACLI right now to be able to undertake the implementation of the NAC, but also the staff ready for the 1st of July or on whatever day the NAC commences. So we'll go through that process. My expectation is that there will be opportunities for people to be able to consider what roles, if they'd like to put their hand up for different roles during that process. There'll also be a range of recruitment where people will be able to consider whether they want to put their hat in for different roles. But really, we've spent a lot of time building ACLI, particularly out of the expansion of the last year, that there are a range of things that we have, a range of functions that we have built, and that I would see just moving easily into the NAC. So this is, I'm not talking I'm talking a move, an easy move of people into the NAC. Smooth transition. Thank you, Senator.
Are your staff guaranteed a position in NAC?
Yes, my understanding is that's right. This is a true MOG, and the NAC will be bigger than ACLI is. So we've just gone through a process of expanding to be able to take on our new agencies, and there will be a period of further expansion to be able to meet the needs of the NAC.
You say in your most current corporate plan that it can be difficult to attract and retain staff with the necessary skills and experience. This is a common challenge for agencies with special activities, but a particular challenge for ACLI over the next year as the NAC is established. How is that challenge going at the moment in terms of staff retention?
So I think we are experiencing something similar to what's being experienced across the Commonwealth, and I have to be really frank that I've not seen quite what's going on at the moment, which is that it's a buyer's market, and so we are running a lot of recruitment. We are getting for most of the recruitment that we're running, we're getting large numbers of applicants because people are excited about the work that ACLI is doing and excited about the prospect of the NAC. But we are also finding that our staff are getting promotions elsewhere just as quickly because we've got a bit of a circle happening around different agencies, and so we're needing to continually recruit as well. So we're experiencing both the excitement of our people getting other opportunities, people coming and working for us and being able to get promotions from that, which as an agency head, particularly of a very small agency, is incredibly exciting because I am always concerned that people will come to a small agency and then find that they are no longer competitive in the broader market. That is not what we are experiencing at the moment. Our people are very competitive, which is very exciting. But that leaves us with an issue that we need to continue to recruit as well.
Do you have a matrix on your current vacancy rates? You know, how many full-time equivalent positions have not been filled?
I get regular reporting from our people and culture team, from our HR team, that comes to our internal governance board in terms of current vacancies and recruitment exercises that are ongoing. And we've been doing that for the past year or so because we've gone through such recruitment for expansion.
So could you give us that evidence on
I can take that on notice.
and perhaps give us that year perspective?
Of course.
I think that might be it. Thank you. Thank you for your attendance here today. It's good to hear that Ackley's the place to be. And that, well...
Yeah, that's right.
I'm wasted as a senator. I could have been in marketing. But well, and the NAC is... I'm not wasted, thank you. And certainly the NAC is... it's good to hear that people are really excited about it. You have been asked to provide some additional information. Would you please forward it to the Secretary within 5 days from today? You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have the opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. And again, thank you very much, and we wish you well with the transition.
Thank you very much.
Yes, best wishes.
Yes.
I think we'll suspend proceedings now until 11:30.
Chair.
10 minutes.
Mr Hall is due at 11:15.
Thank you. I now welcome the Honourable Peter Hall, KC, and the Honourable Dennis Cowdrow, KC, to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Thank you.
Mr Hall, do you want to...
Thank you for your invitation to address the committee, which I'm very happy to do.
can you just announce who you are, and then I'll just got to say one further thing, and then I'll get you to do
just
a brief statement.
Peter Michael Hall. I was the Chief Commissioner of the Independent Commission Against Corruption, New South Wales, for a 5-year term as prescribed under the Act from 2017 until early August this year.
Thank you. And Mr Cowdrow, would you just announce, for the record, state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Yes, my name is Denzel Cowdroy. I was appointed to set up the ACT Integrity Commission, which I did between June 2019 and February 2021.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite each of you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion. Maybe we'll start with Mr Hall, who's in the room.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. As Chief Commissioner of the New South Wales Commission, I excluded myself from discussions about a possible federal Anti-Corruption Commission, as it was then a political issue, and I thought it was best to distance myself from it. I have, of course, noted the events concerning that question which brings us here today, as, for example, as discussed in the media. I have, since my return overseas this week, had the opportunity of looking at the proposed bill. I can't say I've mastered every detail of it in the time available to me, but I understand the structure of the bill and the essential terms of it. Therefore, against that background, I come here not as an advocate as such for one view or another, though I do have some firm views which I'm happy to put to the committee for consideration, and as to what, if any, weight would be given to those firm views that I may express. The fundamental premise for legislation of this kind, of course, is trust and confidence in the community, and at the heart of that is the principle of the public trust. That itself has historical origins, which are reflected in terms of the obligations of office holders elected and appointed, both in the New South Wales Act and in the bill as I have read it. One of the fundamental principles for the ICAC Act was that trust and confidence in the community had declined considerably, and there was the need to support, maintain and enhance public integrity in public office and the exercise of public power. And of course that was the rationale, central rationale for its creation, and something similar might be said, I expect, about the proposed legislation federally. The objective was to achieve it through a body that possessed the necessary powers and jurisdiction to both detect, expose corruption, and also to prevent corruption occurring. And the New South Wales ICAC has developed over the years into an effective anti-corruption commission in both those areas of corruption investigation and in the services it provides to the public authorities, public officials, in determining what sort of corruption controls they should consider in their processes. So breaches of public trust of both appointed and elected officials directly undermines the community trust and confidence, and lack of trust and confidence breeds, of course, cynicism, disbelief, and so forth. And that is a very grave situation for any democracy. The challenge in the investigative role of any commission of this kind is to ensure that improper or criminal activity, which is always invariably committed with secrecy, with records either being not created at all, or if they have been, they're removed or destroyed. There are no independent witnesses. And therefore, with a body of that kind, it is absolutely essential that it exercises the powers and develops the strategies and methodologies that do enable the Commission to reconstruct what happened in relation to a particular matter. And the ICAC has been particularly successful in that regard. There is an important role in that in both private hearings and in public hearings. The Commission is conscious always of the need for balance, and accordingly only a relatively small or comparatively small number of matters investigated by the New South Wales Commission ever go through to the extension of the investigations in a public inquiry. That reflects in part the fact that there are processes not commonly understood in the public, for understandable reasons, as to what investigative procedures the Commission adopts before embarking upon a determination under Section 31 of the Act as to whether there should be a public inquiry. Under the Act, as it was amended to make it a multi-commissioner model, it was necessary that there be a majority, including myself as Chief Commissioner, before a decision could be taken to conduct a public inquiry. By reason of the work that precedes the decision-making point as to a public inquiry, the Commission is intent in determining whether there is cogent evidence often that requires corroboration, that well meets the Brigginshaw standard, and in some cases, depending upon the seriousness of the allegation, I have been guided by determining the extent to which there is admissible evidence that is admissible in a court as to any criminal conduct alleged. In other words, the bar is internally, through the process and the protocols that the Commission has in place and has adopted and acted on, has been set at a high level. That is essential in order to achieve the balance I've referred to before. The Commission cannot waste resources on pursuing matters about which there is doubt as to whether there is sufficient corroborative evidence. It must use its resources wisely. I won't at this stage, until perhaps the committee indicates that it would like to hear further about it, and I'm mindful of the time limits, that the exercise of the powers, great powers of the Commission responsibly, is ever present, front of mind. The powers exercised, and for which I was responsible, such as the public inquiry power, is an onerous one. The community do not want a commission that goes into a public inquiry and in effect takes the attitude, we've got all the answers already. That's an offence. It's an offence to the community to have what's sometimes called a show trial. As when I was on the Supreme Court in directing juries in criminal trials, you don't make up your mind until you've heard the last submission of the last party making submissions, the last of the evidence, and then you start to form something approaching a final view. So again, it's important to manifest during the running of a public inquiry that there is an open mind, that the Commission is conscious of its obligation to ensure that if there's exculpatory evidence, that evidence is produced to the person affected and ultimately to the Commission by way of formal evidence. That if there's information that is information that ought to be made known to the legal representatives of the affected person, then that must be done and is done. In other words, the approach of a Crown prosecutor, namely to be firm but fair, is a guideline I followed. That it is important that that be a factor that guides every decision. It may be that tactically information obtained in the possession of the Commission is withheld until a midpoint or a later point during the public inquiry for obvious reasons. But at the end of the day, that person must be made aware and have the opportunity of responding to any evidence that the Commission has adduced that could be inculpatory. The day of flamboyant openings in commissions of inquiry that held in public, in my view, are over. They didn't always occur in any event, but occasionally counsel assisting might use rhetorical flourishes which really suggested that the Commission already had the answers. I have always been astute in ensuring that counsel assisting the Commission acts responsibly, does not try and put forward what might be a headline-grabbing approach. At the beginning of a public inquiry, it's the beginning of a journey. And where that journey will take us is something to be determined as time goes by. There is, at the heart of all of this, the question of, two questions as I see it. One is the independence of the Commission. The independence principle that applies to an anti-corruption commission is fundamental. It is, in New South Wales, the case, the Commission is accountable to the New South Wales Parliament. It's accountable to the inspector, and the inspector can, of course, determine whether there's been abuse of power or misconduct of some kind. These are the checks and balances. But at the end of the day, sight must not be lost on the fact that commissions such as the New South Wales ICAC and like bodies are what Sir Ronald Wilson of the High Court, when he was Royal Commissioner in the WA Inc. Royal Commission, described as an independent parliamentary committee. The ICAC, for example, is the eyes and the ears of Parliament, which can't itself supervise and investigate corrupt conduct. And therefore, it's not often appreciated or considered that a body like this is accountable, ultimately, to one institution, the Parliament. And it must be independent of the executive government. In the time I've had available to me, I have not seen the word independent in the draft bill. It may well be there and I've missed it because I haven't had the time to study it in great detail, or it might be in some companion legislation. But there should be no mistaking of the legal status of a commission of this kind. Thus, Section 2A, capital A of the ICAC Act states, principal objects of the Act. The principal objects of the Act are A, to promote the integrity and accountability of public administration by constituting an independent commission against corruption as an independent and accountable body. And that sums it up in my view. Goes on, 1, to investigate, expose, prevent corruption involving or affecting public authorities, public officials, and 2, to educate public authorities, and so forth, it goes on. And then it goes on in subparagraph B, to confer on the Commission special powers to inquire into allegations of corruption in exercising the functions. Sorry, pausing there. It is, as I've said, fundamental that relationship is established. Section 12 of the Act is also important in the New South Wales Act, which I would suggest with great respect could also be acknowledged in some legislative way federally. Section 12 of the New South Wales Act provides in exercising its functions.
Mr Hall, can I stop you now? I think
yes,
we should hear from Mr Cowderoy, and then I think we should ask you some questions on. You've certainly given us some extensive material to start on, but can I just ask Mr Cowderoy, is there anything that you would like to say in opening, or should we proceed to questions? We're happy to hear from you in opening, if you wish to.
Well, I do have something I'd like to say, because I do think there's often very mixed and ill-informed ideas about integrity commissions. Could I just briefly say this? Integrity commissions are both rare and recent. To my knowledge, the only nation that has an integrity commission outside Australia is Hong Kong. No such commissions exist in the United States, the United Kingdom, or Canada. The Hong Kong Commission was created in 1984, followed by ICAC New South Wales in 1989, and thereafter all other states and territories have followed. The most recent was that established in the Australian Capital Territory in 2018. Accordingly, the advent of integrity commissions is relatively novel in the common law world. They are not courts, yet wield immense power, sometimes greater than that of courts. They have particular features which are, to an extent, inconsistent with the common law privileges which we've all come to accept. For example, many of the protections which you all accept are our fundamental freedoms and rights can be swept aside. Decisions can be made by integrity commissions where no rules of evidence prevail, and the traditional right to legal professional privilege is nullified. In respect of documentation, for example, documents may be subpoenaed in a court. When subpoenaed, the person producing the documents may claim legal professional privilege or commercial confidentiality. No such protection exists in an integrity commission. A witness called before an integrity commission may be required without warning to surrender their mobile phone. Once that's done, all the information can be downloaded and kept, even though it might be highly personal or confidential or be irrelevant to the inquiry. There is no appeal from any decision other than a challenge to a decision before a court of law. With respect to reputational damage, I just want to draw the committee's attention to the fact that there seems to be, in many cases, little redress provided. You may be aware of the proceedings taken by Mr. Ghazal, who in 2008 was found that he could have committed a criminal offence. He challenged that in the Supreme Court, which found that the ICAC, New South Wales, had acted within its jurisdiction and had made no error. In 2016, ICAC's inspector recommended there be an adoption of an exoneration protocol. This was not acted upon. In 2017, the ICAC inspector, the acting inspector, published a further report supporting the adoption of a protocol. No such action was taken. Accordingly, on the 22nd of August 2017, Mr. Ghazal has commenced proceedings in the United Nations alleging a breach of the Article 14.1 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. That covenant provides all persons shall be equal before courts and tribunals in the determination of any criminal charge against him or of his rights and obligations in pursuit of law. Everyone shall be entitled to a fair and public hearing by competent, independent and impartial tribunals established by law. Australia is defending the claim on the basis that ICAC New South Wales is not a judicial body that makes any criminal findings against the author, and as such, the ICAC proceedings are not a determination of a criminal charge within the meaning of Article 14.1. These proceedings are yet to be determined. Having said that, the benefit of having an ICAC, and a national ICAC, is overwhelming. The community now expects that there should be a National Integrity Commission, and as Mr. Hall has said, the fact is these bodies play an immense role in uncovering corruption, and that is to be applauded. I have some particular and specific matters which I'd like to draw to the attention of the committee concerning the scope of the bill and some minor matters of a technical nature. If it's convenient, could I briefly address those now or later?
I don't know. Do you want to do it now?
Go now.
Well, look, we're happy to hear it now. Yeah.
All right.
So yeah.
Can I say, in England, there are what's called the Salmon Principles, which were drafted by Lord Justice Salmon probably 50 years ago, which guide a tribunal in providing fairness to any person who is summoned before it. I think they should be borne in mind when applying this new bill. Secondly, this is my major consideration, the public have a very acute interest in having transparency where Commonwealth funds are involved. I consider the public should have the right to know where funds are made available to organisations for specific purposes, that the expenditure of those funds is on those purposes. That must be transparent and accountable, and I am suggesting that the new commission should have the power to investigate expenditure of public funds provided to organisations for specific purposes to ensure that the monies provided by the Commonwealth are expended for that purpose. The second major issue I want to point to is concerning the specific matters, and this touches on something which Commissioner Hall has just referred to. In section 3 of the draft bill, I think there should be the words during or in subparagraph B, so that it reads, gives power to enable during or before, sorry, I'll withdraw that, during or after investigation of a corruption issue to refer matters for criminal prosecution. It seems to me to be a waste of resources if the Commission to determine on the Brigginshaw standard or a higher standard that a criminal offence has probably been committed. The proceedings should then be terminated and referred to the DPP, because that is where the true criminal law lies, and it seems to me to be a waste of resources, lack of efficiency, and only would incur delay if the Commission was required to proceed to the very end of an inquiry, only to then refer it when it could have referred it at the outset. In respect of section 2, corrupt conduct. Section 8, corrupt conduct. I consider that there should be a subcategory mentioned in the definition of corrupt conduct to include any conduct involving the expenditure of Commonwealth grants on purposes or purposes other than the purpose or purposes for which the grants were allocated. Section 32, it refers to any person. I'm not sure whether that is intended to include any entity or organisation, but that should be clarified unless the Acts Interpretation Act definition of person is said to be incorporated in that. Section 41, subparagraph E, yes, this is how the Commissioner may deal with a corruption issue. One of the ways in which he should be able to deal with it is E, by referring the corruption issue to the Director of Public Prosecutions for the Commonwealth. All the preceding sections don't refer to the DPP. They refer to referring it back to an organisation or agency. Section 46 provides a form of immunity.
Yeah, it might be. It might be easier if this is if you've got this in writing, if you send it to us, because it's hard for us to follow, I think, and it'd be easier for us to consider if it was in writing. And I'm inclined to go to questions now, I think, if that is, and if through those questions any of these points arise, then perhaps raise them then. But let's go to questions, because I'm conscious of time, although we did start a bit late. Sorry, yes, sorry.
I think your staff will have the submissions. They were sent yesterday.
Oh, were they? Okay, all right. Well, okay, there you go. I'm behind the times. Okay, so maybe I'll ask Senator Shoebridge. Have you got some questions?
I do, thanks, Chair. And thank you both for your attendance. And Mr Hall, used to call you Commissioner Hall, but Mr Hall, thanks for coming at such short notice. Could I just deal first of all with funding? Do you agree that independent funding is essential for a genuinely independent...
Sorry, I just couldn't get the last bit.
Do you agree that independent funding is essential to have an independent commission?
Yes, the answer is absolutely yes. If I could just add briefly, Senator Shoebridge, you would be aware of some of the matters around that topic in New South Wales.
Which was my next question. So if you could just clarify what's happened in New South Wales and where we're up to.
Well, what has happened essentially is that I had for some time been pursuing what was described as an independent funding model, as distinct from being, as it were, subject to appropriations determined by Parliament, but which were really determined by Treasury. Yep. And then for supplementary funding, where ICAC was in the hands of the Department, Premier and Cabinet, again, which is contrary to the principle that we should be independent of the executive government. That was an issue that progressed over quite some time. It culminated essentially, well, not culminated, but the major step was the government's retention of the New South Wales Auditor General to look into the funding of integrity agencies. Her report, losing track now, I think it was October 2021, expressly said that the funding arrangements undermined the independence of the Commission. She also made similar observations about the other agencies. I had an exchange with the Premier about going forward. At the end of the day, the government determined that it would fund the Commission as sought in its last business case, as asked. That, by my understanding, had never occurred before. That is to say, the business case submitted by the Commission would always be debated and reduced at some level below what was sought. On this occasion, however, the Premier of the day determined that the Commission would be given what it had asked for. The Commission had always maintained it did not put in ambit claims. It had a business case which was supported. In answer to your question, absolutely funding must be objectively independent of the executive government.
The Commonwealth Auditor General has a process where a multi-party committee, the Public Accounts Committee, can request and invariably does request the draft estimates, effectively the draft budget being requested by the Auditor General prior to the budget being set, and then makes recommendations to government on the draft budget from the Auditor General, which then have to be responded to in the budget. Do you think that kind of transparent preliminary process in the budget creation stage is an important part of the independence?
I'm not sure if I can deal with that in whole, but if I could just take a step back. I omitted to say that in the proposal the Premier had put forward, there was an enhanced transparency added to the process, which I duly acknowledged. Transparency is important, obviously. With a parliamentary committee approach having some role in fixing and determining appropriate funding, there is a difficulty that without expert consultants who do this sort of work all the time and they can work out for what is an appropriate and proper budget, it would be difficult, firstly, for a committee made up by party representatives, with due respect, generally speaking. The second thing is it doesn't deal with the issue that one or more members of the committee could be members of a party who are not at all thinking kindly of the Commission and its work, and the political factor can come into the determination or consideration. I'm not sure if that's addressing specifically what you're asking, but
I know your preferred model was to go to an independent agency. Could I ask about the experience in the ACT, though, in terms of the budget being considered by a multi-party agency, by a multi-party committee? What was your experience in the ACT, Commissioner Cowdery?
when the commission was founded, a budget allocation was made, which was quickly found to be inadequate. And we went and approached the government, and we had no difficulty in securing the funding required. And that was provided without difficulty.
Yep. Commissioner Hall, so if it's not through a parliamentary committee, and the merits or demerits of that can be debated, that the idea of transparency, though, outside of the usual expenditure review committee process, which is entirely within the executive, do you think that kind of transparent budget setting should be a feature of a National Anti-Corruption Commission?
I'm sorry, I just couldn't hear the last bit again.
Do you think some form of transparent budget setting where the Parliament knows what the NAC has asked for, the Federal Anti-Corruption Commission knows what they've asked for in the budget, and that's transparent and not just part of the usual expenditure review committee process?
Yes.
Do you think that's an important element?
Absolutely. I think that would be an important step forward in terms of transparency. The problem has been, so far as the New South Wales situation is concerned, is that Parliament, in making its determination on the appropriation bills, were wholly in the hands of the executive, and as the Auditor General pointed out, Parliament had no insight into how the numbers were worked or what the business case sought and why. So really the Parliament was rubber stamping, and that's certainly intolerable.
I was going to go to another matter if anyone wants to ask.
One more question, because I need to, there's a few people who've got questions.
In terms of public hearings, the proposal in the NAC bill is to have an exceptional circumstances test before a public hearing can be held. Do you have any views about that?
Yes, I do. I have firm views about that. It might take 10 minutes to put the position, if I have that amount of time. If not, I'll try and be brief.
I think the preference is to be shorter, is my
Yes.
reading. Yep.
The position that exists in New South Wales is a result that has come out of two reviews, one in 2005 by Bruce McClintock, Senior Counsel, and the second in 2015, as the committee would be aware, of the panel comprising the Chief Justice, then former Chief Justice Murray Gleeson, Queen's Counsel, and Mr McClintock. In paragraph 9.4.4 of that panel report, the essential reasoning in the 2005 report, which endorsed the approach that currently exists, that is to say, that a decision on a public inquiry is determined having regard to the criteria in section 31, and section 31 criteria is determined as to whether or not a public hearing is in the public interest. That was the appropriate method. There should be no attempt to further read down or make explicit other criteria than those specified. In 2015, in the joint panel report, the former Chief Justice and Mr McClintock, again, wholly endorsed and rejected proposals, for example, by the New South Wales Bar Association, that there be some review mechanism put in over the public inquiry decision. The importance of that is this. The members of the independent panel were confident that the discretion, once being exercised in accordance with appropriate criteria, namely section 31, and the way in which the Commission's methodology and protocols were structured, did achieve the balance that I've earlier referred to. And that has in fact proven to be the case. There has been no case of a superior court, High Court or Court of Appeal, that has determined that the Commission acted with procedural unfairness at all. No decision in 34 years of the Commission operation. The other important point is that a public inquiry must not infringe or put in jeopardy the criminal trial principle, which is sacrosanct. There has been no decision of any superior court that has said that a public inquiry by the ICAC infringes or threatened the due process principle to which I've just referred. There was one case in the Court of Appeal which sought to challenge the public inquiry and failed. The only other case that comes to mind where there was a finding against the Commission was the Canine case, but that was a jurisdictional issue, and it was nothing to do with the way in which a public inquiry was conducted. As the former Chief Justice made clear, it's not a question of the need to come in with some other form of discretionary decision-making or safety valve. It's the way in which the Commission goes about conducting its public inquiry. That is the matter that should be controlled by the presiding Commissioner. The responsibility is on the Commissioner to ensure both counsel assisting and others conduct themselves in an appropriate, fair manner. Now, one approach in a public inquiry, my view, the person affected should be entitled, through counsel usually, to state at the outset his or her position. Either I deny these allegations, I will be calling evidence about X, Y and Z, so that it is clear up front what that person's position is. Former Commissioner Tony Fitzgerald adopted a similar approach for his well-known inquiry. Right up front, give the person affected an opportunity to put on the record their position. Some people don't take up that opportunity, on legal advice no doubt, for different reasons in different cases. But I note that in the bill proposed, public statements by the Commissioner about a corruption issue at any time, it says, would fit that scenario. That a Commissioner could make it perfectly plain that the person has denied the allegations, that unless the Commission adduces evidence to defeat that denial, then there, of course, would be no corrupt conduct. So there are ways in which, as the Chief Justice pointed out, Commission public inquiries are conducted. That's the issue. And it has to be said, of course, and it's widely acknowledged, that one of the greatest jurors this country's ever produced was former Chief Justice Murray Gleeson. When he spoke, along with Mr McClintock in 2015, to express his view about the public inquiry power, to my perception, there was no more chatter about the Commission having too broad a power and so on. You couldn't have a more authoritative person. So not just because of his reputation, but because of his analysis. He said, this is the way to go.
Thanks, Mr Hall. I think
we're... I'm conscious of where we're at, Dr Haynes.
Yes, thank you, gentlemen. Could I turn our attention to the issue of maladministration or pork barrelling?
Yes.
New South Wales ICAC Operation Jersey report in August 2022 found that pork barrelling could constitute corrupt conduct in certain circumstances within the definition of Section 8, which defines corrupt conduct for your ICAC. Would you agree that it's important that the National Anti-Corruption Commission has the capacity to investigate pork barrelling?
Absolutely, yes. Affirmatively, yes.
Could I get Mr Cowdery's opinion on that too?
I'm sorry, Senator.
Yes, I think that comes into the area which I was concerned about, the fact of grants. So it's exactly the same area.
Yes, thank you. Do you believe that the National Anti-Corruption Commission, as it's drafted, has the power to investigate pork barrelling? unlike the New South Wales ICAC, it doesn't explicitly link breaches of the ministerial code to corruption, and I understand that's how the New South Wales ICAC.
That is a key. Sorry.
Yes, I understand that's how it works.
You're absolutely, with respect, Senator, correct. The code does play a critical role in determining what is permissible and what is not in this pork barrelling exercise.
Yes.
The reason that pork barrelling exercise was initiated was because I took the view, having read both the Federal Auditor General's reports into the various funds that we all know about, and the two state fund pork barrelling exercises, which were completely over the top. There was a clear case in those sort of situations for a breach of the parliamentary code. But in the course of the analysis in that matter, it is of course acknowledged the real politics situation. That is to say, of course politicians are entitled to do things which will bring favourable responses from their electorate and so on. But the real difference is when the decision is primarily motivated by an extraneous purpose, such as current electoral advantage, that it offends the fundamental principles of public trust.
Yes. Could I ask you both, would you support an amendment to the National Anti-Corruption Bill that put beyond doubt that pork barrelling can be included in the definition of corrupt conduct, and adopting a definition from the Operation Jersey report, that being that the allocation of public funds and resources to targeted electors for partisan political purposes?
Yes. I think I would support such an initiative. There would be a question of how it's worded, because, as I say, there are some forms of pork barrelling which would be regarded as acceptable, although I wonder whether the Auditor General would ever accept that description. But there are others that are beyond the pale. So, for example, pork barrelling involving small amounts of money in which it doesn't suggest of itself that there's some other primary objective. But where there is large amounts of funds being used in that way, then it's plain that, yes, I would support some amendment that would make plain the distinction.
Thank you. Mr Cowdrey, would you have a comment on that?
Yes, I agree with Mr Hall, and I think if you look at the suggested amendment, I refer to my submissions, I refer to monitor the expenditure of public monies provided by the Commonwealth by way of grants to third parties for specific purposes, because I think taking of the grant in the first place will determine whether it could be corrupt, and also the way in which that grant is spent could be corrupt.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, I was wondering if I could just briefly mention two matters, if there's time to do that within the 5 minutes or so, or whatever the times.
I had some questions, follow-up question on this issue of pork barrelling, which I think are really important.
Okay, if you can do your follow-up questions, but I'm conscious nobody from the government's had some questions yet. So,
Mr Hall, I've been reading the Project Jersey report, so I really do commend the authors of it. And it was the focus in terms of pork barrelling in the context of that report, was the focus on areas in which there was exercise of ministerial discretion in the allocation of funds. Was that the focus?
The focal point is the ministerial discretion, and I've heard ministers of the Crown referred to it as being, in effect, unfettered. The High Court authorities say there is no such thing as an unfettered discretion in a minister. So, you, with respect, absolutely correct. It is right at the centre as to where the discretion exceeds the bounds, etc.
Yep, and I think the report's very useful in that regard, how it teases it out. I just want to put one quote to you from the report, because I think it's really important this committee reflects on the mischief, if I can put it that way, that the Commission was focused at in that in that context, and that's this, I quote, "Those aspiring for political office should be free to inform the electorate about how they plan to exercise executive power if elected. This is usually achieved by announcing policies and making election promises. In a democratic system, candidates for office should have broad scope to campaign, including by proposing new laws, disagreeing with bureaucratic or expert advice, and proposing to confer benefits on some parts of the electorate, but not others. As noted by Mr Finn above, running for office and forming government involves making compromises. In practice, many of these compromises will necessarily involve a degree of departure from the notion of technical merit. Such departures are to be accepted, provided that relevant public interest factors are considered and given effect." End quote. I'm just wondering if you could comment on that particular paragraph, because clearly New South Wales ICAC spent some time considering the tension, if you like, between legitimate political interests in a representative democracy and where it goes too far, for example, where ministerial discretions are exercised without a proper purpose.
Yes, the problem with extravagant promises made during the course of an election, whether it be sports facilities or whether it be railway stations or whatever it be, is that once the promise has been made, after the party making them has, they have been returned to government, they try and retrofit the promise into reality.
And you described it, ICAC described it as shoehorning.
That's exactly right. And the difficulty is that there was no proper analysis done up front as to what truly was required and what could be achieved in terms of financial support for a particular project. There was a lack of discipline, lack of rigour behind the promise that was made, which obviously is a recipe for a problem when the party comes to power. Either they break their promise, which they're loath to do, or they'll shoehorn it in and use vast sums of money on occasions in order to try and achieve the promise. And that can be inefficient, it could be costly, it could be taking funds away from other more deserving causes. So there is a need to address this question of electioneering promises, where there is currently, it seems, not always, but in many cases, a lack of any proper business case or analytical attempt to truly determine what is in the public interest.
So how does a ICAC, though, do that in practice? I can see the cogent case at the one extreme where a minister has discretion, the minister exercises those discretions for extraneous purposes, and that's at one extreme. You can see it, but in the context where someone has sought election on the basis of I'm campaigning for this piece of infrastructure, they've been elected on that basis and they seek to deliver their promise, or alternatively, perhaps a member of a minor party or an independent says, I will give you support for X if you meet this promise I gave to my electorate in relation to Y. In terms of the continuum of those sorts of issues, where do you draw the line?
All I can say briefly is the Commission is without power to force election promises to conform to certain standards. It, however, can, in its corruption prevention role, address these issues, and that can be something that candidates should be guided by. In other words, corruption prevention endeavours to educate in the public interest, and in the field of election promises, there is scope for the Commission to assist in addressing those issues. But it has no compulsory power to make them do these things. If they do act in an extravagant and totally unjustified, improper manner, not in the public interest, then of course, after the fact, the Commission can investigate.
Okay.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions. The former Prime Minister, Mr Morrison, described the New South Wales ICAC as a kangaroo court. I think that language has adversely affected debate on the government's NAC bill, suggesting there is something inherently wrong about the way anti-corruption commissions go about their work. You're both former commissioners. I'm interested in your response to the attack on the functions of anti-corruption commissions. I think you've both covered some of that, but I'd appreciate it if you could give us your views about how those attacks undermine the work that you
Madam Chair,
do.
the Commission is not immune from criticism, of course. It's part of its accountability. It's got to take criticism and heed criticism sometimes to see whether or not something should be done differently. For an attack on the Commission, such as calling it a kangaroo court, firstly, it betrays a complete lack of knowledge and understanding. It is not a court at all, and it's not meant to function as a court. We all know that. The person making that allegation, of course, apparently did not. But without an understanding, not only of the legislation, but of the protocols and the procedures I've earlier referred to, and the standards the Commission sets for itself, without an understanding of how all that works, such criticism is destructive, not destructive, though, of community trust and confidence, which is the very reason the government established the body in the first place. It does the public no good at all. Could I just say on that, one of the points I wanted to mention is that, as I see it, the relationship the New South Wales Commission has with the community, and no doubt this federal body would be in a similar category, is that it does have an obligation directly to the public. Section 12 of our Act says that in exercising the functions, the Commission must have regard to the protection of the public interest and the prevention of breaches of public trust as its paramount concerns. I see that as, and that's often quoted, that section, and I would like to see something like that federally, because it emphasises two things: that the functions are to be exercised for the members of the community. It is, in effect, a people's commission. The Commission look to it to act effectively, proactively if need be, not just reactively, to protect it so it will have trust and confidence in the institutions of state or federal. So in answer to what you'll put, criticism of the kind you mentioned is wholly destructive of that relationship with the community. It destroys their confidence in governmental institutions, and also just works to undermine the Commission that's there to protect them.
Yeah.
So I hope that might...
Mr. Cowdery, what have you got a view about public comments of that sort?
I completely agree with the views of Mr. Hall. I think he's said it exactly as we would all perceive it, being involved in archaic type bodies.
Yeah, it seems to me that I think both of you have described this. There's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes that the public never sees to make sure that whatever is seen the confidence in what is going on can be maintained. And I think you've made that point, both of you, well, there's a lot that goes on, a lot of consideration at all steps as to how to deal with the allegations, how carefully allegations that are made, investigations that are done, and it is not just this situation where you do what you like for publicity. You've got significant...
If I could just add, whoever is appointed to become a commissioner, of course, is expected to have the background experience, knowledge and so on, to be able to act in the public interest and to ensure that the Commission's sometimes described as draconian powers are used responsibly. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility.
The greater the responsibility, absolutely. Is there any further... Sorry, Mr. Cowdery?
Could I just say, just to follow on that, I completely agree with the observations also of Mr. Hall concerning the exceptional circumstances as to Commissioner's decision. It must be remembered that the Commissioner will be appointed as a person who's had considerable wisdom and experience throughout the law. And I think judges, ex-judges who have been making decisions in cases all for many, many years will be well equipped to determine whether exceptional circumstances exist.
Thank you.
Could I also just add that overall I consider the draft bill is a very good one. There are some minor things, but nothing major.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I
have a
just
point of
raise
clarification.
Now, I think Ms Lawrence was next in the queue, so go for it.
And it does go actually to your discussion around the appointment of the Commissioner.
So I'm sorry, I'm having
Thank you. Some have suggested, Mr Hall, that the appointment of a Commissioner could be compromised by the makeup of the Parliamentary Oversight Committee. I understand that the New South Wales
I'm sorry, compromised by?
By the makeup of the Oversighting Parliamentary Committee, and I understand that the New South Wales Parliament's Committee on the Independent Commission Against Corruption has a government majority. Do you think your appointment was compromised because of that majority?
Do I? Sorry, I just didn't get the last few words.
So I'm just curious because we have received some submissions and witness statements that the makeup of the Oversight Parliamentary Committee can, obviously impact the decision as to who's appointed. But in New South Wales case, it is a government majority, and I just want to see if you have a view around whether that was compromised your appointment because of the majority.
Well, certainly it depends on who has the balance of power, I suppose, and the number of representatives of one particular party. But the independence principle to which I've earlier referred should ensure that the Commission's fate is not in the hands of either the executive government or any member of Parliament. Having said that, I earlier spoke about our relationship with the Parliament as a whole, but on the funding question, it is contrary to principle of independence underpinning the Commission that there be any influence exercised directly or indirectly on funding of the Commission. And even if there's an attempt by somebody to, as it were, to oppose increasing the budget because they have a grievance of some kind, that's not a healthy situation. That's why, as Senator Shoebridge referred to earlier, I have earlier referred to some more independent mechanism or step be put in there to prevent that sort of influence taking hold. Sometimes that influence won't bear fruit anyway, of course, but it's just the principle.
Thank you. Mr Wallahan has one question, I think.
It's a very narrow question. It's just to Mr Cowdroy. I've got the written copy of your submission. It's brief. There was one part you didn't read out, which was on section 73. I just wanted to get some clarification on that. You say...
yes, I'll find that.
So you say section 73, subsection 2, and this is under the heading, when hearing may be held in public, and it says the Commissioner may decide to hold a hearing in exceptional circumstances and it is in the public interest. You're suggesting adding a third, C, the material before the Commissioner establishes a possible criminal offence. Could you explain why you've made that suggestion?
Yeah, I would have thought that one of the principal reasons for holding a public hearing would be the nature of the matter would be of such a serious degree that it could constitute a criminal offence, and that would be a motivating factor for the Commissioner to determine that, yes, this does require a public hearing.
And can you give us an example where something is serious, which is a threshold criteria, but not otherwise a criminal offence?
If it involved, for example, collusion or corrupt conduct alleged between ministers or a Minister of the Crown and a public department or members or officials of a public department, so that it was at a high level of potential criminal conduct or corrupt conduct, I think that should be a factor which should influence a Commissioner to determine that that's part of the exceptional circumstances.
Thank you. And then finally, does this then create an extra tension between the risks of prejudicing a fair trial for something that is also potentially a criminal offence.
Yes, I may say so, yes, it does. And that's why I've also suggested there should be a mechanism where if the Commissioner hearing the matter comes to the conclusion, virtually without doubt, that there has been a criminal offence committed, you should have the power to terminate the hearing and refer the papers to the DPP.
So this suggestion works in tandem with your other one about earlier referrals?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Chair.
They're tied together.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both for your attendance here today. We value your, experience, hands-on experience in two corruption commissions, in the anti-corruption commissions in Australia, and thank you so much for your time and coming and giving us that expertise, the benefit of your expertise. I don't think you have been, but if you have been asked for any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretary within 5 days from today? You'll also be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and we'll have an opportunity to request corrections to transcriptions errors. But again, on behalf of the committee, thank you very much for your evidence and contribution today. I now suspend proceedings until 1:30 p.m. Okay, I think we can start. Can I now welcome again the representatives of the Attorney General's Department to give evidence. For the record, would you please state your full name and capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Sarah Chidgey, Deputy Secretary, National Security and Criminal Justice Group, Attorney General's Department.
Tara Inverarity, First Assistant Secretary, International and Security Cooperation Division, Attorney General's Department.
Lucinda Atkinson, Assistant Secretary, Fraud Prevention and Anti-Corruption Branch, Attorney General's Department.
So I'll give you the warning again, I think, because although you've been here before, let me just remind you that the hearing is legal proceedings of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as the proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. We have, I think, received just recently a set of answers to the questions on notice and supplementary information that you've provided to us as a result of the hearing that we had on Tuesday. So I think we should take that as a submission. So can I ask that the document that was presented by the Attorney General's Department be accepted as a submission that should be numbered and be authorised for publication? That's moved Mr. Wallahan. Did you want to run us through your answers, or how do you think would best highlight the matters that you've put before us?
Happy to be guided by you, Chair, and the committee. I might just mention we've covered a number of the questions on notice, but are working on some remaining ones, so we'll have more to provide you shortly.
I think probably that some people would probably benefit from you just giving us an overview of the ones that of these answers, because it's only just arrived, and some people have had other matters to attend to. So maybe if you just give us a brief overview of what you've dealt with and then what is outstanding and what you know, and then we might go to some questions, I think.
Thank you, Chair. Just going in order through the submission, we were asked on Tuesday by Mr. Wallahan about the reference to could adversely affect in the first limb of the definition of corrupt conduct in subsection 8.1 of the bill, and particularly about that language in conjunction with an attempt, and asked for an example of how they worked together. And so we provided advice that the concept of could adversely affect is very much about determining the potential impact of relevant conduct on the honesty or impartiality of a public official, whereas subsection 8.10 that deals with attempt is intended to capture situations where a person might attempt but fail to engage in corrupt conduct. Those two aspects work together in some cases to cover conduct that could adversely affect a public official's honesty or impartiality, whether or not it has that effect. And we've included some examples of what could adversely affect would refer to in terms of offering a bribe but not having the result of that bribe necessarily known as one example. And then in terms of an attempt, it just takes its ordinary meaning. In the criminal context, it means that a person's conduct must be more than merely preparatory. In terms of the two provisions, we've given an example of how they would operate together that on page 3, for example, where there's a potential supplier for a government procurement who sends a text message offering a bribe to a public official who's responsible for evaluating a tender, which is conduct that could adversely affect the impartiality of the public official or their honesty. But the public official, for example, doesn't receive that message, and it's therefore an attempt as well. And in circumstances where there's nothing to suggest that the public official would have in fact accepted the bribe had it been successfully made to the official. So that is an example of where the two are operating, those two concepts are operating together. I think it's worth noting, for example, that the Queensland Crime and Corruption Act uses both of those concepts, could adversely affect and attempt as well. Yeah, and then we had also just taken the opportunity, because it's been raised by a number of stakeholders, to discuss in a bit more detail the concept that had been raised about expanding out the definition of corrupt conduct to cover conduct that doesn't involve any wrongdoing by a public official and is not intended to involve wrongdoing by a public official. So I think the Centre for Public Integrity had talked about covering conduct that would impair the efficacy of public administration broadly, and others have talked about someone providing, say, false information, a public official acting on that but doing so unwittingly. We've articulated further the reasons why we think that should not be included in the definition of corrupt conduct, referring to the majority of the High Court in Canine and their very clear view that conduct that could adversely affect the efficacy of an exercise of an official functional power would encompass a wide range of criminal activity having nothing to do with corruption in public administration, as that concept is commonly understood. And the majority of the court held that corrupt conduct must involve some dishonesty, partiality, other moral impropriety or wrongdoing on the part of a public official, or at least from our perspective, be aimed at that outcome. And we would be very concerned particularly about that broad concept of impairing the efficacy of public administration where there's no wrongdoing or dishonesty by a public official in fact or intended. That inclusion of those terms would extend the jurisdiction of the Commission not only to things like external fraud and cartel conduct, but other types of conduct. You can imagine quite a range of things, criminal activity that affects government that really shouldn't be covered by an anti-corruption commission. So cyber attacks against government systems, espionage, foreign interference, causing harm to public officials, providing them with false or misleading information, or stealing or damaging Commonwealth assets, are all categories of conduct that could well impair the efficacy of public administration. But from our point of view, including those things would both substantially detract from the Commission's focus on serious or systemic corruption and the rationale for creating and establishing this Commission, But we think not only that, it would also undermine the existing effective arrangements for dealing with that range of conduct. And that's particularly so because there are mandatory referral requirements as well. So anything that falls within the Commission's jurisdiction, every agency head needs to send those matters to the Commission in the first instance. And I think it's fairly readily apparent how problematic that would be were you to capture that range of conduct. And, you know, for external fraud alone, you just look at the sheer volume of those investigations undertaken by the AFP and other agencies. So across the whole of the Commonwealth, 1,400 matters over 3 years. I think it would be fair to say that the Commission would be then potentially quite distracted from its focus on serious or systemic corruption. Then we've touched on the issue of coverage of journalists from the Australian Broadcasting Corporation. And it was considered appropriate that journalists fall within the Commission's jurisdiction as public officials because they are employees of a corporate Commonwealth entity. And the whole of the Commonwealth public sector, with some very narrow exceptions for constitutional and other reasons, have all been covered. However, in terms of some of the scenarios of concern, so misuse of information being an example, we don't think an ABC journalist using government information to report a story would then constitute corrupt conduct because it would then be carrying out their functions as intended. It's part of their role. So I think that was the issue we then sort of covered for the ABC. We were asked by Senator Shoebridge about coverage of the Governor-General. And the reason for excluding the Governor-General and Deputy Governor-General were because of their special status, the vice-regal and constitutional position of the Governor-General and Deputy, making it inappropriate for the positions to be covered by the NAC's jurisdiction, and also having regard to the Constitutional Convention that they're acting on the advice of ministers as well. So that was the rationale for not including those officers within the scope of public officials. And then Senator Shoebridge had also asked for information about will engage in corrupt conduct or may engage in corrupt conduct. And our advice on that is that we think will engage in corrupt conduct is appropriate because the context in which it's used is very much about the Commission investigating the issue of whether or not conduct would be engaged in. It doesn't require a conclusion that it would. It's very much about assessing that issue as part of the Commission's role. So it doesn't have to form a view that it would in order to be able to exercise its powers. I think we would have a concern that the use of may engage, therefore, in that context would then be overly broad because you're looking at whether or not something might happen, which I think it sort of moves into more speculative territory, and the Commission obviously has some significant investigation powers. This forms part of the mechanism through which it can exercise those significant powers. We are aware that there have been submissions and evidence also provided that suggests that the Commission may not, or it's not clear that it will have an explicit own motion investigation power. We think that the bill is very clear that it will. In particular, I would say Section 40 makes that abundantly clear. It provides that the Commissioner may deal with a corruption issue that's referred to the Commission or that it becomes aware of in any other way. And then Sections 41 and 42 provide the Commission with discretion, their own discretion on how they may deal with a corruption issue, and then obviously in investigating it, also the discretion to investigate provided that threshold of serious or systemic corrupt conduct is met. And Section 42 also gives the Commissioner a power to conduct preliminary investigations that it can exercise at its discretion. So we don't think adding own motion would be meaningful, and probably, to be honest, I think it'd just be unclear what just sticking that in the bill would mean. Like, it works more effectively as actually part of the sort of functional powers given to the Commission, which we think is very clear. Then on to the Commissioner's powers. Public hearings, we were asked about the comparison to states and territories, so we provided a table with that information, providing some detail on the arrangements in each state and territory commission. And so I won't go through all of that, but that information's there. We were asked by Senator Chandler the question about the tenure of AAT members, and have provided that advice that under the AAT Act, a member can be appointed for up to 7 years and can be eligible for reappointment. On controlled operations, we were asked about which state and territory anti-corruption agencies have access to controlled operations for use against non-law enforcement agencies, and the answer is all of them, and we've provided that information in the table. Integrity testing operations as well, which I think the WA Crime and Corruption Commission has an integrity testing authority. ACLI has at the moment, and the intention is to continue that for the NAC, but that would apply just in relation to the AFP, Department of Home Affairs and the ACIC, that power could be used, as is currently the case.
So that's extending further?
No, it's not. We're just taking what ACLI's got and shifting that to the National Anti-Corruption Commission.
But it's applied
for integrity testing.
Is the integrity testing just applied to the law enforcement bodies?
It's only 3 of them, the ones I just mentioned, AFP, Department of Home Affairs and ACIC.
And that's to remain the case?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
And then the Law Council had raised some issues about the privilege against self-incrimination, and suggested that it should only be abrogated if there were to be both a direct use and derivative use immunity to apply in civil and criminal proceedings. And we've provided information that explains the rationale for allowing derivative use of information, incriminatory information obtained from an individual, that would allow information derived from that to be used. And they also raised the issue of the suggestion that the abrogation of the privilege against self-incrimination in section 113 be conditioned on requiring the Commission to demonstrate that all other less coercive avenues to obtain information have been exhausted prior to compelling a person to give evidence in those circumstances. And we've provided some information on thresholds which we think are appropriate for the exercise of the Commissioner's investigative powers, where the abrogation of the privilege might be more likely to affect the fair trial of a witness, and that sort of there's a specific, much more limited regime. I think sort of in post-charge circumstances it's referred to, that limit the use of that information and questioning in those circumstances. And we think that the balance in the bill is appropriate. I think we've sort of covered the sort of oversight and other limitations as part of that information as well. And the Law Council finally suggested that paragraph 113(3)(a), providing for an exception to use immunity for confiscation proceedings, be removed, and we've provided the information that answers an information given and documents and things produced in a corruption investigation would be admissible if they were given or produced at a time when the proceeding hadn't commenced and wasn't imminent, but otherwise they would not be admissible in a confiscation proceeding. And again, that's that sort of balance between the time at which that information is obtained that we think is appropriate and very much consistent with similar regimes that apply for the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission and ACLI at the moment. And then in terms of oversight of the Commission, the Inspector and some issues raised in the submission by Bruce McClintock SC. And I think Senator Scarr had asked us to consider some of those issues.
These were the technical issues, not he had a major substantive issue. So this is just addressing the list of technical matters, which is useful. Thank you.
Yeah. So happy to go through those or just move on. But things like I think we've corrected some of the issues that were raised. The idea that the inspector shouldn't be subject to the NAC, and we've noted that the bill does expressly exclude the inspector from being subject to the Commission's jurisdiction, for example. The serious or systemic threshold for the inspector, that was put there for consistency sort of across the inspector and the NAC. Obviously, it's probably part of that broader conversation that we're having about the scope of the inspector's jurisdiction. That issue about having access to NAC documents, we've confirmed that it will. For the inspector exercising his or her functions. Oversight by the Commonwealth Ombudsman of the Commission, and we've consulted the Commonwealth Ombudsman on that, and that confirms that the Commonwealth Ombudsman does have oversight over the Commission to investigate complaints about or administrative actions of the Commission, and given some examples of the kinds of administrative action that the Ombudsman could look at, such as delays by the Commission in acting on a complaint, failure to communicate with complainants, delays in communicating with complainants, and any administrative practices in relation to a Commission hearing. It's just a few of the examples, but it would be, yes, there's quite broad scope for the Ombudsman to look at actions of the Commission. Whistleblower protections as well have been touched on. So in relation to the Whistleblower Protection Commissioner, our view is that some of the proposed role for such a commissioner would extend well beyond the scope of this bill in the sense of dealing with disclosures that are not public sector corruption, both in the sense that they cover matters that aren't corruption, such as maladministration or misconduct, but also I think there have been proposals that extend out to roles with corporate whistleblowing, not-for-profit sector, etc., which is obviously not the NAC's focus, but as I'm sure the committee's aware, the Attorney-General has indicated that he intends to progress reforms to the Public Interest Disclosure Act to ensure it's much more effective in protecting whistleblowers, and also can consider the need for a Whistleblower Protection Commissioner more broadly. And I think in the department we're also conscious of looking at both the Public Interest Disclosure Act alongside the corporate whistleblowing legislation as well. And then a couple of final matters on tabling of reports in the 15 sitting days. So we have replicated that from ACLI, which we think provides for a timely tabling process, and are conscious that there are circumstances, particularly say for the House of Representatives, where there's no provision for presentation of documents when the House is not sitting, but then also issues when Parliament's prorogued, for example. I mean, there might be different ways you could formulate a tabling provision, but that's the reason why we included that in the terms it is in the bill. And we were asked had the private hearing for a list of stakeholders consulted, and we've provided that.
A non-exhaustive list.
Sorry. Much though Tara Inverarity, much though I'm reluctant to disagree with Ms Chidgey's evidence in front of all of you, I did just want to make a correction on the integrity testing point. Mr O'Brien, it is correct that the NAC will be able to undertake integrity testing against any agency that falls within its jurisdiction. I think the confusion arises because those agencies Ms Chidgey mentioned will continue to be the only ones who themselves are able to undertake integrity testing against their own staff. But the NAC itself will be able to conduct integrity testing against any person within its jurisdiction, any Commonwealth agency within its jurisdiction. So apologies for the confusion.
That's somewhat replicated in Western Australia.
They've got integrity testing broadly
Across
as well.
the
Yes.
non...
I believe so, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So apologies for that confusion.
Yeah, thanks.
So the way I might deal with this is those are the matters, the answers to the question on notice and supplementary information. Has anybody got any questions arising out of this in particular? This document in particular?
Oh, I only have one quick one.
Yeah,
So you, Ms Chidgey, you provided, and I requested this, so thank you for providing the list of people who were consulted, and some of the names on that list have actually appeared before this committee, so it's very helpful. It's stated to be a non-exhaustive list. Is that simply because there were so many people that were consulted you can't list them all? What's the reason it's non-exhaustive?
I think we've included everyone that we're aware of and where we've either consulted ourselves or supported the Attorney-General, but we're aware the Attorney-General may have had other conversations
so from
with
your
stakeholders
perspective,
as well.
perspective, that includes everyone on the list that you're aware of?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Senator Billy?
Just in regard to how the Commission deals with corruption issues, and the Attorney-General has said that the Commission will be able to commence investigations on its own motions rather than solely in response to a referral. This week we did hear from the Centre for Public Integrity, who said there was some ambiguity around this, and I've noticed in your document you've certainly mentioned it, section 40 and section 42, and section 41 in fact. Can you just expand on that for us about why that's important?
The own motion power, or
yes.
I think it forms a key part of the Commission's independence, that it's able to commence a matter without having to await any referral or complaint or allegation from anyone. That if the Commission becomes aware of any matter where it considers there could be corrupt conduct, that it's able to make its own decisions about examining that, and we think the bill provides for that.
So what would happen, or if it couldn't happen, if there was no own motion?
Well, it would just, it depends how, I suppose, it really just depends how the alternative model was crafted. I suppose there have been, alternative models where then there is particular requirements for who could refer matters to the Commission, etc. But own motion just allows the Commission to make those decisions for itself on the basis of however it becomes aware of an issue.
Okay, thank you.
And sorry, Chair, I might just note too that I think we need to just correct on that integrity testing issue the material we've actually provided to the committee as well.
Thank you. Okay, so we're confining our questions at the moment to just this document. Dr Haynes?
Yes, thank you very much, Ms Chidgey. You've said that that the Department's answers to remaining questions on notice will be provided shortly. I'm wondering when that might be, and it's in relation to the question that I asked about the point in which the drafting included the test for exceptional circumstances for public hearings.
We're working, we'd hope sort of early next week on remaining questions on notice. On that one in particular, I can say we've referred that issue to the Attorney-General and he's considering a public interest immunity claim.
He is?
Yes.
Okay, so just on the public interest immunity claim, when do you think the Attorney will finalise his view on that?
Can't entirely speak for the Attorney General, but hope very soon.
Okay, so he'll put that in writing to the committee?
Yes, that's right, if he chooses to make one.
All right, so I think the normal practice for public interest immunity is that when we get that letter, we will deal with it in a meeting of the committee. So if we get it for our next meeting, which may be scheduled Monday, then we deal with it at that stage.
We can convey that.
If you can convey that, as I said, we have got a meeting on Monday, so if we could get it by Monday.
And there's those elements that need to be articulated, which I'm sure everyone's aware of.
Yeah. So, yeah, exactly. So that would be useful from our point of view, but it may not be the last meeting, but the sooner the better would be good if you could convey that to the attorney. Other questions, I think, was... Ms Lawrence? Yep.
So just with respect to the oversight of the Commission by the Inspector, so as you point out, there were a number of witnesses that spoke to the potential for the Inspector to assume a greater function of auditing the Commission's activities. And I appreciate you've noted here that this would be a decision for government, but I'm wondering, though, whether you could give us any of your opinion or advice around what you think the implications on expanding of the role of the Inspector in the ways that had been proposed would be?
It would be possible in the bill to scope the Inspector's role in different ways. I think we had made it particularly focused on the corruption issues and any complaints about the Commission, having in mind that there's also the oversight of the functions of the Commission generally by the Parliamentary Joint Committee and also other integrity agencies. Obviously, you've had the evidence of both the Auditor General and the Commonwealth Ombudsman as well. So there are a number of other oversight mechanisms in addition to the Inspector that would mean, I suppose, if the Inspector's role was further extended, there'd be sort of more overlap between those different oversight functions. But it will be a matter for government as to whether it wishes to broaden the Inspector's role. It'd be possible to give it the role of looking at the performance of functions generally, but there are other bodies, the Parliamentary Committee, Auditor General and Commonwealth Ombudsman, who can cover a range of matters already. Thank you.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks for that, and that you've been busy. So, but I was going to go back to the Section 9(1)(c) point. If the Commission is investigating, as you say, someone is preparing to take steps that would amount to corrupt conduct but has not yet taken those steps, then the Commission can commence the investigation into that as a corruption issue to determine whether or not that's the case. Is that right?
Yes, that obviously you'd expect, given the Commission in commencing an investigation needs to think that there is a corruption issue that could involve corrupt conduct that is serious or systemic, that there'd have to be some evidence available.
Something that...
Some meaningful evidence available to it that would suggest commencing that investigation meets that threshold.
Yeah, they may have been undertaking some nefarious activity that doesn't yet meet the threshold, but it looks like it may come to fruition in the future. Then if the test is the Commission then has to be satisfied that they will engage in corrupt conduct, the Commission then has to be satisfied under 9(c), 9(1)(c) that they will engage.
It's whether. So they're investigating an
whether
issue
or not they
of
will.
whether. So it's not having to be satisfied.
Understand.
Or that would...
But they're investigating that, whether or not. And then they form the view that they are highly likely to engage in corrupt conduct, but they're not satisfied that they will. Do they have to terminate the investigation then? highly likely, but they're not satisfied they will. They have to terminate the investigation then?
I think if they form a view that they think that they won't, yes, they would have to terminate the
No,
investigation.
the test isn't won't, the test is will. So I'm putting that proposition to you. Highly likely, but they're not satisfied that they will. They're not certain, but there is a high likelihood.
Well, I think they can investigate until they form a view that they don't meet that threshold is not
Well,
met.
so if they form the view that the person is highly likely to engage in corrupt conduct, but they're not certain that they will, they have to terminate the investigation. They form that view.
Well, that suggests they've done everything they can, and that's their final conclusion.
Yes, that they're highly likely to engage in corrupt conduct. So if that's the conclusion, that ends the investigation, doesn't it?
I think once that, it does because they've investigated. I mean, it's sort of circular in the sense that they've reached that conclusion because they've
but
they've
then
done everything
they can't.
Then you will. It's the balance of
Well, but
probabilities. You will do it because you're highly
No,
likely.
highly likely is not will, is the point.
But on a balance of probabilities, it is.
Well,
I
this
think-
is
I
what I'm
think
trying to explore.
It's circular because if they can investigate that issue of whether they will until they
Correct.
form a final opinion, in which case they've already finished their investigation, if you know what I mean.
But can they have informed the conclusion that they're highly likely to, but they won't will? It no longer is a corruption issue. It no longer meets the test of corruption issue. And what happens there?
So I don't
they're
think
satisfied it's not a
it's
corruption
not really
issue.
relevant to terminating the investigation in a sense that they've investigated, they have finished their investigation.
And they've concluded it's not a corruption issue
And
because it doesn't meet the test of will. What happens?
That might be their finding in their report. It could
they're
be that
highly likely to engage in
That's
corruption,
right.
but
So
they're
if
not
the
will.
Commission's
risk.
findings aren't linked back to that threshold of whether they can investigate, the Commission has discretion as to what findings it can make and what wording it wishes to use to express the conclusions that it's come to after investigating whether the corrupt conduct is, or will occur.
So you can write a report with all of the usual provisions in a report, even if the Commission is satisfied that it's not a corruption issue. Can they refer matters on for prosecution? Can they make recommendations?
Well, I
If
mean,
they're not satisfied it's a corruption issue?
you're not going to be. I mean, it would never get anywhere
it's
close
no
to
investigation.
prosecution referral in that case.
Highly likely. Someone's highly likely to engage.
I mean, you need to have committed an offence to actually constitute a brief of evidence that could be then referred for prosecution. Yes, they could provide information to another agency.
And also, of course, after making a finding, make recommendations of any action that should be taken or systemic issues that need to be addressed following that finding.
And then the only other point was on the Governor-General. The position is it's because of the status of the Governor-General. But what if the Governor-General is using the office to act outside the bounds of, accepted convention and practice, such as seeking to influence a minister in the minister's exercise of their functions, not just passively receiving advice, but actively seeking and lobbying, perhaps to benefit an entity that the Governor-General has an interest in. And if that's, I assume that would be excluded, would it, from the NAC?
Yes, the Governor-General would be excluded.
And what is the rationale for excluding that behaviour, other than just the vibe, the status?
For the same reasons I took the committee through at the beginning.
Just status?
Their vice-regal status.
But why does that protect you from investigation on corruption, a vice-regal status?
Well, they'd obviously then still be subject to the AFP, but not this commission.
No, but what is the rationale of just simply asserting that the status of being a vice-regal person gives you immunity from the NAC? What is the intellectual rationale for protecting them? Other than just asserting the word
That is
status.
the rationale, the special status of that provision, of that position.
The Governor-Generaliness of it all. The Governor-Generaliness. It's just that.
It's probably the Crown.
Is it?
I've given the reason, Senator.
All right. Oh, isn't Crown... Anyway, I'm not going to...
Well, no.
I'm not going back to my...
That's an international.
That's all right, yeah.
Well, you know, the Crown is arguably the executive more broadly, so we want to hold that to account.
Well...
It's just this bit of the Crown that we don't.
It's gone round to me. Yeah. Con and admin, all right. I think I've lost who I'm... Is it Ms Lawrence? You've done it? Yes, Mr Wolahan, sorry. What day is it? Yes, Mr Wolahan, please.
Thank you, Ms Chidgey and everyone else. Appreciate the work you've put into this. I just want to clarify the attempt part, and thank you for doing that work. I think what you've said makes sense, but there's one part I want to clarify. An attempt requires, in common law and the Commonwealth Criminal Code, that it be more than merely preparatory. And also, an impossibility of fact is not a defence. So because something can happen or they didn't get the text message for an attempt, that's irrelevant. So given that, if you go to page 3, you've given an example, and I've just been trying to get my head around it. So a potential supplier for a government procurement sends a text message offering a bribe. Now, that's clearly, there's an intent, so attempt is enlivened. It then says in bullet point 2 that the public official does not receive the message because it was sent to the wrong number. And if that is relevant, isn't it irrelevant because impossibility of fact doesn't matter for an attempt? So an attempt is still alive. And then in bullet point 3, and this is the one I want to talk about, there is nothing to suggest that the public official would have accepted the bribe and made a dishonest or partial decision if the official had received the offer of a bribe. And this is the part where I accept this is probably where the work is done, but I want to make sure because these are pretty serious powers. So when we go to 8.1a and it says any conduct that adversely affects or that could adversely affect. If could adversely affect is out, when you say that adversely affects indirectly, does that keep that third bullet point alive or does that not work?
I don't think it's a question of direct or indirectness. So I think what we said still stands, that the two work together and have different operation, and that ideally you have the two in order to cover the example we've given.
But doesn't impossibility of fact being irrelevant for an attempt keep it alive?
I don't think impossibility fixes that issue, but I suppose even if it did, so I guess, attempt doesn't mean, it doesn't replace it, so I think the two are still necessary and that could adversely affect is still appropriate. And in your example, I guess there's sort of no issue with including it. So if the idea is to reflect a kind of possible outcome of conduct, then it's appropriate to have that in there.
And I guess to answer that, the issue of including it is, at least from my perspective, if a power is not necessary, I'd rather it wasn't in it. I think that's a prudent way to approach this. But if it's necessary, of course. Well, thank you for that. On that, I still think that attempt covers it, but reasonable minds can differ. If I could ask you about 8.1e, is that one of the topics you're coming back to or so on? I don't know if you had to, but If not, I won't go there.
I didn't think we had anything.
No, I didn't think you
on
did
that
either,
one.
but I just wanted to check.
Okay, Mr Lim?
Oh, sorry, we're doing two, aren't we? Yeah.
3 questions to ask. First one is about the inspector. We have heard from the numbers of witnesses this week. They talk about the role of...
So, yeah, I think we're just going to we're dealing with with the, not general questions. I think we just want to deal with the questions in the supplementary
Then
advice, and then we'll go to more general things, okay? So is there any more...
Madam Chair, on the issue of the Governor-General,
yes,
is it possible for you to take this on notice, to advise whether any of the state corruption commissions also exclude the respective governors of their state?
Yes, and I had just asked my colleagues behind me to have a look at that, so we'll provide you with that.
Thank you.
But we still get the administrator, so that's what I like.
Presumably there are, if you could take this on notice, there are corruption-related offences, for example, in the Crimes Act, around misuse of public office. I'm just interested to know if they apply to the Governor-General.
Sorry, what? Well,
So there are there are offences in the Crimes Act, some offences dealing with corruption-like behaviour around misuse of...
I mean, they do in the sense they just apply to any person who does a particular action.
Yeah.
okay.
And the Governor-General's a
Or-
public
yeah.
office.
So it applies. Those provisions in the Crimes Act apply.
Yeah, we'll take whether they're sort of a public official for those. There are other ones where any person can commit that offence by doing certain activity.
The question is whether or not the Governor-General is excluded
yeah.
from
We'll look at it from the
ambit
public
of
official.
provisions like
Yes,
like
we'll look
that.
at it from the public official aspect, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, just on the could adversely affect, is one of the other reasons why if somebody offers a bribe to a public official and then the public official then just immediately goes and sees the NAC and says, you know, Ms X has just offered me $1 million, just want to let you know, and reports it, well, that didn't adversely affect, but the offering of the bribe could have adversely affected, and you'd want to have that covered. It was an actual offer of a bribe, so it wasn't an attempt, it was an actual bribe. It was an actual bribe. Let's say they put the money they put the money on the desk. They put the money on the desk. There's the money, you know, $10,000.
I think you have to take it to be a bribe.
It's both. It's bribe and attempt.
I think,
You know, does it do that work?
Sorry, can you just repeat that?
They hand over, you know, a brown paper bag containing $10,000 in order to get a favourable outcome on a matter. The official takes the money and then goes to the NAC and says, someone just tried to corrupt me. Is that could adversely affect? Is that why you need could adversely affect? Because it didn't, but it could have.
Yes, that is why we had included it.
Sorry, it's also an attempt.
It's also
both.
an attempt, yeah.
It's both.
It's an actual bribe. They've handed the money.
Which can be a bribe and attempted corruption. It can be both. That's the question.
Yeah, except you've completed the corrupt
Offence.
conduct once you've made the offer of a bribe.
You've done everything you can to bribe them. You've done all the actions of a bribe. You've handed over the money. You've tried to do this. You've put the money on the desk. It's been picked up and then taken across to the NAC. That's not an attempt. That's an actual bribe, but it hasn't been successful.
I think we need to see circles of these things.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, and you will look at that? Is that what have you said, or you've clarified?
I think we've said everything.
We've said everything.
So I think from
Okay.
our perspective, we're confident
Thank
it
you.
should have could adversely affect in there. We're looking at issues to do with the Governor-General.
Thank you. Is there any other questions arising out of the supplementary, the answers?
Phrase my question just now.
It's a jurisdictional point.
What will be the outcome of the inspector if we introduce them this intercept power and also have the power to do audit, function to audit?
So the interception powers have their own thresholds under the Telecommunications Interception and Access Act. So they would I think so. There's just particular thresholds that apply under that Act that wouldn't be relevant to auditing, so it wouldn't have an effect.
Thanks.
Okay, so I think there's been a number of matters that have been raised since we saw you on Tuesday that members of the committee might like to raise that have arisen or that we didn't put to you or that we want to clarify further. I think so. This is the opportunity for that to occur, and I'm happy to go first. Yesterday, the Australian Human Rights Commission suggested that it was inadvisable for warrants to be issued by members of the AAT. Their submission says that, but they clarified why, and they said it's because the AAT members are members of the same branch of government, that is the administrative branch, which their submission doesn't say that, but that's what they said. So they thought that so for the purposes of issuing warrants against public servants, because you're in the same branch, you should really, there should be a judicial officer being in another branch who should issue those warrants. What do you say to that?
I mean, we don't think that's an issue. I guess there's a long track record of AAT members issuing various types of warrants.
But for members of the public, I suppose for public servants too, haven't they?
Yes, but I'd also say that judicial officers don't issue warrants in their judicial capacity, but in their personal capacity because of constitutional reasons. You could still argue that they're, somewhat different in nature, but yes, we don't agree with that view.
Thank you. As I said, I had thought that it was a completely different reason, and so that came from, I thought, somewhat left field. Yesterday, we also heard from the group of organisations representing members of the media, and they pointed out that the definition of journalist or who would be covered by the immunity process, there's such a chain of command, but a chain of people who would know about who a source was, and that by limiting it as the Act or the bill so does, you are actually missing out people to whom that should have that same benefit. What do you say to that? Do you say that it does do that? So they say it's just the definitions, I think, is what they said, just the way it operates.
Yeah. So, for example, someone from, I think, Free TV said the producer of the news program would know the source, the journalist would know the source, there might be the general counsel of the station might know the source, the identity of a source, as well as the organisation. There was a concern if you just talk about the journalist, you're not covering other positions within the news organisation that would be aware, therefore they might be forced to disclose.
They'd be forced to disclose because it's so narrow, and also, I thought it was like akin to, it's not a journalist who just writes it down on a notepad anymore. There's electronically, and even say the sound recordist who might have been there when they interviewed the person, or the person who files away the tape that has it might have seen it, or do they have tapes anymore? But you know what I mean. There's a whole track of people for whom the immunity doesn't attract to. Well, that's what they thought.
The data visualisation.
The data. So it's sort of the way in which it's expressed is looking at a journalist who might have a notepad, and that would be the only person who knows, but it's wider than that. What do you say to them about that?
So that provision is very much worked off existing models, and on the basis that the genesis of that particularly unique arrangement for journalists, which exempts them from having to provide information that in any other circumstance from anyone would have to be made available as part of criminal investigations, etc., that stems from them as a journalist being the person who can make that undertaking of confidentiality to a source. That doesn't apply more broadly. I think the attorney's indicated he wants to look more broadly at press freedom, but what I would say is what we've adopted is very much consistent with the arrangement for source protections where they exist for journalists, and I think we need to look very carefully at how broadly you start stretching out what is an exemption in some cases from then having to provide information in very serious criminal investigations.
Exactly. So I understand that. So I did ask the MEAA at that stage, well, what does their code, because this all stems from their kind of code of conduct and what the journalist code of ethics, basically. And so they actually describe, they don't describe them as journalists, they describe them as media workers, which is far broader than journalists. I just draw that to your attention, but it seemed to us that, it seemed to me that it is a wider, we're looking at a immunity that is, again, it's not digital, whereas the world is digital, and the way in which these organisations operate is different to when this might have first started. Anyway, what you're saying to us is the attorney is looking at this, is that?
He's looking at press freedom issues generally and reform in that area. So I suppose an issue for us would be without having that proper thought about what the appropriate scope of those protections is, doing something that departs from that practice with potentially sort of unforeseen implications for breadth in the context of this bill, when what we've done is very much adopt that journalist acting in a professional capacity approach that is used currently in a number of examples.
But they said it wouldn't work, though, is the problem.
Yeah,
they said inevitably, in the course of getting a story up, there'll be people who aren't journalists in the strict sense who have access to the information, and that means that this protection is worthless to them because the NAC will just be able to go around and get it from the digital person, or get it from the sub-editor, or get it from somebody else in the chain, and it's not going to do the job that asserts it's intended to do. That's what we were told.
Yeah.
It's not going to work.
Yes, I think the issue is, it's possible that they tell other people, so that there's just a question about how journalists are operating within their organisations about source confidentiality.
That's not quite right. So if they see somebody and there's a sound recorder, so they tape record it and there's a sound, or they're filming it, that is in the course of their employment, and so those people who are doing that would be able to be questioned about who it was that was the source, whereas the journalist who strictly you say is the one that asks the questions has got immunity, but the others don't. That's the...
Yeah. The journalist is the one who gives the undertaking, but there's an issue about how you describe media workers. Obviously, there's an issue in the current context about how you define journalist and which organisation.
No, but this is within the one organisation. So they're all employees of, say, the Canberra Times, right? So they're all employees of the same organisation. A particular journalist has maybe received the initial approach, but in the course of the Canberra Times publishing its story, necessarily there are going to be people within the Canberra Times who, beyond that single journalist, who will potentially know who the source is, even though everyone's acted appropriately, they've maintained confidentiality just by virtue of the way practice necessarily is. It isn't just one person alone who has the information. That's the issue.
I understand that. My point was more that who is the organisation. So it's one thing to talk about Canberra Times, but then in the current state of media, social media...
No, we understand that as a separate issue. But in terms of, say, my Canberra Times example...
Yes, but what I'm saying is, in the context of this bill, it needs careful consideration as to how you would define the scope of an immunity.
Could be anybody in the organisation or closely related to the organisation who has the similar obligation of confidentiality. That's all. Yeah. Anybody in the organisation or closely related to the organisation that has a similar obligation of confidentiality. That doesn't seem too hard.
We've used journalist I think it is an issue.
Yeah, it is an issue, and I might just draw your attention to the fact that this issue of how do you define a journalist was the subject of specific consideration by the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security in its Press Freedoms report, and it was unable to reach a conclusion about what the correct definition was. It had insufficient evidence to actually make a recommendation, showing, I think, the complexity of...
We accept it's not journalists. We all
Pardon,
accept.
sorry?
We all accept that these people aren't
I think the question
journalists.
is...
but these are about journalist privileges, I guess, is the
But if
the
you
issue.
can get around the journalist privilege by going to the person next to them,
it's not going to
who
work.
happen to be in the same room, then the journalist privilege
Just doesn't work.
Yeah, so I think we're going to have we may have unanimity on this, right?
I think we will.
Yeah, it's the same in the
Because what we're saying
context.
is we can
It's the same in the context of journalist information warrants in the Telecommunication Interception and Access
I didn't
Act.
mean that.
I think that the question is what organisations then? So how would you, what would you replace it with that didn't just open it up in a way that meant that all sorts of people could then start exercising exemptions?
All sorts of people who get the information who are related to the organisation, right?
Attached to the journalist.
I think it's sort of what organisation?
Well, the employer's covered, isn't it? So the employer, the employer. I mean, I'm not saying that it's everybody that comes into contact. So if they went down, the journalist went down to the shop and told somebody, this is who's just given them confidential information. Not that they're going to, because they would be breaching their own ethics, but say they did, that person isn't going to be covered. It's really looking at the way in which the media operates and looking at the supply chain, so to speak, and saying, okay, it's not just back to my thing, it's not just writing it on a notepad in one person. There's a range of things that will also happen. And so does the sub-editor, are they covered? Yes or no? They would be. And the reason we're asking all this is because you've got this absolute right not to disclose the source, and yet it can be taken away immediately by a coercive power by going to the next person who does know, who works in the organisation, who found out only through the course of their employment, who may or may not fall into the definition of journalist, etc.
Someone in accounts who paid the expenses, maybe, to fly someone over for the interview.
So we absolutely
they won't be a journalist, but they'll know who the source is. They'll know where they live, and the NAC can just get around the journalist protection by going to the accounts.
So we recognise the issue. The challenge is it goes broader than any of the existing protections.
I get that.
And it's been considered before without other committees reaching a concluded.
I get that, but so we're saying it's getting to the pointy end now,
but
right?
I think what I'm saying is the attorney has given that commitment to look at press freedoms and address these issues more broadly.
Seems a little more
appropriate
urgent
to do
than
in
that.
that context.
Okay, all right. So it was a point that was well made yesterday by all of the groups that we heard, and that it is, and it may need to, I guess, I don't think we're labouring the point, but the reason we're emphasising it is because they explained it quite clearly as to the chain, and I think all of us felt, there's a point there, and can we leave it unaddressed in a circumstance where there are significant coercive powers that can be used against other people who only by virtue of their employment have got this knowledge, and it can circumvent what looks like a privilege for journalists, but not anybody else. That's the issue. Anyway, there are a number of other questions that I'm sure that have arisen from the information.
Are we still on journalists? Could I ask?
You can ask about journalists. Go.
The other issue was allowing, if a warrant is sought against a journalist, allowing the journalist to be a contradictor in that. So giving the journalist notice of the warrant and allowing the journalist to be represented in the proceedings to protect their interests. And they pointed to the UK, which has that arrangement in place. Was there a rationale why we've landed where we are rather than the UK?
Yes,
example?
we're again following the same kind of arrangement, for example, that exists for telecommunications interception. The issue of contested warrants was considered by the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security and not recommended. And there's the obvious issue that if you're going to execute a search warrant, the reason you do that rather than issue a notice to produce is because you're concerned about evidence being lost or destroyed. And then the whole issue is asking a person against whom you intend to exercise such a power to come to a hearing gives them that opportunity to destroy evidence.
Well, they pointed out, I think, that normally this happens after a media organisation has digested the information, formed view that it's, highly sensitive, and then run a story on it. So they're going to have done whatever they're going to be doing to protect themselves to in terms of their evidentiary underpinning. They're going to be aware that this is coming.
It's not coming out of the blue.
It's not coming out of the blue. So it seems to me that their evidence was, A, it's never happened in the UK that anyone's been able to point to, and B, in reality, journalists are going to be coming at the point of publishing the story, are going to already be prepared for a warrant. And so what's the harm? It allows them to actually be there with the most intimate knowledge to protect the essential privilege of a journalist.
Yeah, as I understand it, the proposition was that they'd be there at the point of issuing the warrant, which does give notice and evidence could be destroyed.
But what they said is they know the warrant's coming probably because they've just published a story on it. They weren't shy about it. They put it on the front page of The Guardian. They knew this was coming. So they would have done if they wanted to cleanse their files or do whatever they're going to do, they will do that before they publish the story. So what's the harm or mischief?
Senator, you could rule out the need to be able to execute a warrant without giving advance notice. And if the NAC thought it didn't need to manage that risk, then it could well issue a notice to produce instead. The reason for a search warrant is usually that there's a particular need to go in and search for evidence directly. And part of that could be that there's a concern about loss or destruction of evidence.
Okay. I understand the rationale. I'm not, but
and it was canvassed before the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security.
I'm not personally persuaded, but I understand the argument.
And just a supplementary question on that. One of the issues in this context, in a corruption context, is that the explanatory memorandum in, I think it's paragraph 6.8, I'm not sure, I'm probably wrong, I shouldn't have mentioned a number, but you'll remember the provision that specifically says one of the sources for information that a commissioner may act upon in terms of an own motion investigation is the media. So this regime, anti-corruption regime, recognises the key role of the media bringing to light issues which the Commission may act upon in terms of identifying potential corruption, serious or systemic corruption. So the concern is if the media can't protect confidentiality of their sources in practice, then one of those valuable means by which the Commission can become aware of corruption is closed off. And I think that's what changes the context of the anti-corruption context, or one of the differences between the anti-corruption context from an intelligence context. Do you see the point?
Yes, but I'd probably add in that context that we've also got a particular test for search warrants in relation to journalists as well, where the issuing officer needs to consider a public interest test and where particular factors.
And worth, I think, mentioning that search warrant test doesn't just apply to journalists, but also their employers and any premises that are occupied by the journalists.
But also in relation to that test, it's also worth mentioning that the journalists who we heard from yesterday emphasised the importance of having a contested hearing where the actual journalist or their organisation that is trying to protect the source has the ability to put the public interest arguments as opposed to them being considered on a more sterile or theoretical basis.
And I've put the reasons for that. If there's a broader consideration of press freedom, that could be looked at, but I think there are issues that have been canvassed before another committee about the challenges with contested hearings.
Okay. So there was the provision you said about the public interest, can you remind me which section it was?
Certainly. This is clause 124, which modifies the operation of the Crimes Act search warrant provisions. So it's clause 124, subsection 2B, on page 107 of the bill.
Yeah.
Or 2A and 2B work together there, sorry.
And they have a very limited remit, though, being only evidential material relating to an alleged offence against a secrecy provision. It's extremely limited in 2 capital A, B. So that doesn't cover all of it. It's only a very small subset.
Yes, it is a subset.
A very small subset.
Of offences. I mean, it's the ones that journalists are concerned about, and the reason they would have information generally.
Well, they get information and sources from all sorts of places, not just people who are restricted by having a secrecy provision, but a whole bunch of people who may otherwise want their identity protected without necessarily. There's all sorts of reasons why people want their identity protected, apart from just being at risk of a prosecution for a secrecy provision.
We could consider whether there are other aspects that could be covered by that as well.
Dr. Haynes?
We all done with journalists?
I wouldn't put it that way.
I don't mean that.
Hello to all the journalists out there.
No, I don't mean that flippantly, because that's been a really useful conversation.
No, it has
And it's also PJCIS, so that they're not.
This Parliament isn't done with them.
Yeah, it's really important.
Don't be afraid, be very afraid.
No, I asked that because I wanted to move on to another area.
I want you to move to another.
Yes, thank you. All right. What would the effect be if the word may was changed to must in clause 73(3) when it comes to matters the Commissioner considers when deciding to hold a public hearing?
So I think it would just mean that they would obviously all become mandatory factors, and it just increases the range of factors that the Commission would have to consider as a mandatory basis, and then could have the decision reviewed on those bases as well.
Because we heard several witnesses telling us that if we made that change, that we would no longer need the exceptional circumstances phrase.
I mean, they're doing somewhat different things. Our intention, we did expressly consider that and thought it appropriate to have them as factors that gave an indication of the matters the Commission should consider, particularly in the public interest, but not have a specific checklist where they had to show that they had considered every one of them.
But if they did, because there's also the further clause that, or the additional clause that says, and any further matter that the Commissioner wishes to consider. So I'm just curious as to if we put must there rather than may, and the Commissioner has further regard, given the witness statements we've heard this week, why would we need exceptional circumstances? And could that be redrafted?
I think exceptional circumstances still has work to do beyond those factors. Obviously, matter for the Attorney-General and the Government to consider, but I think exceptional circumstances still gives that indication that should be private by default, and that it's more exceptional where they're meant to hold a hearing, which is not the same thing as those factors. And obviously making them all mandatory factors sort of in itself changes the nature of the decision, so that the Commission would have to show its decision on each one of those as part of a decision on a public hearing.
Ms Chedgley, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that I asked you earlier in the week what those exceptional circumstances might be, and I think that was taken on notice, actually, and no one's been able to define for us what exceptional circumstances might be.
I think it's not. I'm not sure that we think we took it on notice, but it's the kind of term that. So I think that allows the Commissioner to consider it in the context in which the hearing arises. It's not really a term that's sort of capable of precise definition as to what exceptional circumstances mean, because it's enabling the Commission to decide in that context whether there's something special about the circumstances that makes a public hearing appropriate.
Okay, it's very ill-defined. I think we'd have to agree.
Yeah, it's not defined elsewhere in legislation where it's used either. Just the nature of that term.
But the Victorian Court of Appeal had a go and said, unique, sort of effectively highly unusual, like gave a very, very restricted interpretation of it. I assume you drafted it in light of that very restricted interpretation.
It would have its ordinary meaning.
But I assume you looked at the Court of Appeal's determination. You must have, because you surely did.
Yes, we know it's been considered in the Victorian context, and the Victorian
extremely restrictive.
The Victorian IBAC has obviously been able to hold public hearings.
Well, it has been, but significantly less. But do you agree it's an extremely strict? How would you characterise the interpretation by the Court of Appeal?
Sorry, we might just add one other thing. It's our understanding that the court also said that when applying that exceptional circumstances test, it's not their place to substitute their judgment for the Commission's in relation to what that means and what that looks like in the full circumstances of each case.
Correct, but they then went on and did it anyhow, which is what courts do.
To provide context for what it
They made
means.
a determination and said, which is what they do.
But they left it wide. Didn't they leave it wide for the next commissioner to go, these are the circumstances. But anyway, let's...
All right. Could I move on to another issue that's been raised throughout the week? What could be added to the bill?
Sorry, Dr. Haynes. I was going to follow up on
you
what
were?
we spoke
About, which is directly relevant, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure.
It's just on Section 73. The Law Council raised an interesting point that I think all of us missed, which was Section 74B3. So these are as opposed to a hearing, this is about evidence that must be given in private. And 74B3 is defined in Section 227. And then it's number 3 on page 177 of the bill. And then it has a list, and it seems to me that this list is very similar to what's in the ACLEI, LEIC Act. And it came up in the context, I kept asking witnesses about whether a fair trial should be one of the reasons, and the Law Council quite helpfully noted that K was there, would prejudice the fair trial of any person or impartial adjudication of a matter. And then N, which is relevant for the context of public debate and understanding about trials in the context of the former Premier of New South Wales, would involve unreasonably disclosing a person's personal affairs, and arguably in this Parliament, given the news of the last few days. So when you look at that, Section 74, B, can you explain what that's doing as opposed to Section 73 when it comes to this decision about what's in public or private? What's the difference between evidence and hearings? Is it that the Commissioner may have a public hearing but say, oh, well, now press pause everyone, this document or this evidence has to be in camera? Or is it a decision that goes to the substantive one about whether the whole thing's in public or private?
It could be part of a hearing. So it could be some of the hearings held in public, part of it in private.
Okay, sorry, Dr. Haynes, that was it was just a follow-up.
Yeah,
Which is practically how it seems to work, right? So if you watched any of these public hearings, they suddenly push the stop button if it goes into areas like potentially. Sometimes they don't push the stop button, but they have been. They do it. Sorry, Dr. Haynes.
Yes. We heard a lot from several witnesses around the impact of hearings, either private or public, on their mental health. I'm wondering What could be added to the bill to ensure that there's appropriate mental health support available for people who are investigated by the Commission or asked to appear at hearings? Could it be in the bill rather than in regulations?
I mean, I think it's the kind of thing that is much more appropriately dealt with by policy and administrative arrangements than trying to script in an Act of Parliament those details. And the risk in doing that is that you actually hamper the kind of best practice, flexible development of those things over time.
Thank you. Yeah, sure.
We heard very moving evidence in relation to a person who's had experience and their particular vulnerability.
I think I just caution you.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry. We heard evidence from the Psychologists Association that that people who have a mental health issue may, because of their vulnerability, not be in a position where they can actively assert their rights through a procedure, etc. And it really is important that there be an easy way, that there isn't a barrier, and that was the expression used in the hearing. You don't put additional barriers in their way to access mental health, and hence support. Hence the Law Council of Australia was very definitive in terms of their advice, in terms of having a right to get that mental health access to a mental health professional. Have you had an opportunity to consider that evidence from the Australian Psychological Association, and perhaps take it on notice? But the evidence was pretty forceful.
Yes, so I think there are two issues. One is what support the Commission itself provides for witnesses to look after their well-being and safety. Then separately, there's the issue that we've discussed previously about the non-disclosure notations from hearings and how they operate. We can look at whether there... so obviously there's scope for the Commission to enable an individual to make any of those disclosures. We can look at whether we need to sort of specify that directly in the legislation, which is a slightly different issue, I think, to the one Dr Haynes is raising about how the Commission might itself support witnesses, which is something I think that we would absolutely, and I think it's a focus for ACLI and the Integrity Commissioner at the moment, that issue. So I think we would say with confidence that the Commission would absolutely have that at the forefront in its development of its procedures and arrangements, which is slightly different to the non-disclosure notation issue.
But I'm not putting forward the South Australian Act in any other way, but the Section 54 of the South Australian Act just says permits disclosure, notwithstanding a non-disclosure notice, and it just gives it just an unqualified right for a person obtaining medical or psychological assistance from a medical practitioner or psychologist. Is there any actual harm in including that in a similar equivalent in the NAC? Because that, if you're in absolute need of psychological assistance, it's in the moment, and you don't want to have to go to your lawyer to make an application to the NAC to go and see a psychologist.
And I've said in response to Senator Scarr that we'd look at that.
Yeah, and that, particularly that provision, I think.
Thank you for drawing our attention to that provision.
Yeah, thank you. We've heard some witnesses this morning talking about pork barrelling. New South Wales ICAC's Operation Jersey report, which you'd be familiar with, found that pork barrelling could constitute corrupt conduct in certain circumstances within the definition of Section 8 of their bill, which defines corrupt conduct. Would you agree that it's important that the NAC has the capacity to investigate pork barrelling?
So we have considered that report and very much that list of the types of conduct they had identified and the elements of the definition of corrupt conduct in this Act, I think, would match many of those, really all of those. So, given they have all of those references to dishonest or partial exercise of functions, breach of public trust, yes, very much the particular aspects that we think would be covered by the terms of the definition of corrupt conduct.
So the NACC bill as drafted, though, doesn't explicitly link breaches of the ministerial code to corruption. So do you think the NAC could still pick that up?
You don't need a breach of a code of conduct. We've got, I suppose our arrangements at Commonwealth level, I think that ICAC report actually recommended following the Commonwealth's approach of having provision that's similar to our Public Governance, Performance and Accountability Act provision about use of public funds, for example. And there are also grant guidelines that apply across the Commonwealth. I know the Minister for Finance is looking also at further revisions to that grants framework that would further bolster the integrity of those processes, but the particular elements that the ICAC referenced very much touch on those sort of core elements captured by the definition of exercising powers, contrary to guidelines for improper purposes, breach of public trust and dishonest or partial exercise of powers.
So you're very confident that the NAC can investigate pork barrelling?
Well, I think as the ICAC said, there's pork barrelling, and then within that there are particular things that might reach that threshold of corruption.
It doesn't say breach of guidelines, though, does it? And so even if you get the...
I think it's contrary, so yes, it does for the ICAC. I mean, we don't need to, because that is the concept of breach of public trust, for example, or dishonest or partial exercise of powers. If a power is given with particular rules to exercise for a particular purpose and then they're used for an improper purpose, that's covered by the definition of corrupt conduct.
Okay. Thank you. Mr Zapier?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I don't know if this question had been answered in the course of the hearing, but I don't recall that it had. If a matter is referred by the Commissioner back to one of the agencies, for example the AFP, or indeed referred to the DPP to pursue, can the Commissioner continue to investigate that matter once it's been handed over to another agency?
Well, the Commission can jointly investigate. It's hard to see why the Commission would hand the matter over to another investigating agency, but then so I think that scenario would mean it would be a joint investigation. If the Commission had investigated and reached the point that it could put together in consultation with the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions a brief of evidence, then it would hand that brief of evidence to the Commonwealth and consult the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions, who would then carry forward a matter for prosecution.
Okay, well, then can I ask this? If a matter has been referred to another agency, is the Commission or is the Commissioner able to continue an oversight role with respect to how that matter is pursued?
It can if it's it can if it's an agency that it is within its jurisdiction, yes, in which that corruption issue has arisen. So if it was a matter that arose, corruption issue in Agency X, and Agency X had followed that mandatory referral, sent it to the Commission decided it didn't meet their threshold, for example, or that for whatever reason they thought it was more appropriate to send it back to Agency yes, X to investigate internally, they can then oversee in various ways how Agency X is following that, undertaking that investigation. They can't oversee an investigation if it's just a criminal matter and they decide it's better to be dealt with by AFP. They can't oversee that AFP.
So if it's being overseen, that is, it's been referred to another agency, but they are still they've got some oversight role in the investigation, I assume that implies that the Commission has not concluded or has left open that matter for investigation under its own jurisdiction?
So the Commission, Clause 41 sets out the ways that the Commission can deal with a corruption issue. One of them is by investigating alone, another is by investigating jointly. The ones that Ms Chidgey was just referring to are quite separate powers exercisable when the Commission has decided to deal with the issue not by investigating it by itself or jointly. So I don't think the scenario that you just described comes to pass.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you.
I said it's...
One of my questions is a direct follow-up.
Okay.
Take
you
it off
always
my
say
list.
that. And then there's only one question. 3 hours later, but go ahead.
It's looking systemic. That's all I
I'm
can
prepared
say.
to trust
Thank
you on this.
I am still a person of integrity.
Still,
for now. Section 41, Mr Cowdroy, who was the first commissioner in the ACT, was here today, and he proposed 2 changes in a submission he gave to us. The first was in 41 to add an E, which was that by referring to the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions, making that an express way to deal with it. And then concurrently, back in the objects section in B, he said to enable and then add these words, during or after. And I think he's making the observation that B in the objects, and the objects is what it is just after, and it's potentially limiting. Do you think by making 41E expressly give the option of a referral to the Director of Public Prosecutions and then amending the objects accordingly to say, to give that more flexibility to the Commissioner is something that you should consider, or we should?
So the Commission already has the power to refer to matters to the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions, which it would do once it had an investigation at a point where there was a brief of evidence.
So there's a few provisions that operate in this space. It's not just Clause 41. There's also provisions that authorise the Commission to disclose information to another Commonwealth agency or a state or territory agency. So, for example, 229 subsection 2 is an additional power whereby the Commission might wish to provide information that it's obtained in the course of its investigation to, for example, the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecution for their consideration. So the provisions that allow them to deal with it are really when they're at that initial stage of receiving a complaint or a referral and deciding how to proceed with an investigation. If they've gone some way down that path and then they wish to make that disclosure, there's other provisions that provide that flexibility to do so.
Thank you, Chair. One off my list. So.
Thank you. Let me think, who's next? Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Chair. So, Ms Chidgey, I've only got 2 questions left and then you won't hear from me again until estimates. So the first one I want to put to you comes out of Professor Anne Toomey's submission, which I assume that you've read. And when Professor Toomey says something, we all stand up and listen. And I think you dealt very effectively with the definition of corrupt conduct, the dishonest and partial conduct issue. And I think we've also talked about the public hearing issue. One issue we haven't dealt with, I think, and feel free to take this on notice, was Ms Toomey, Professor Toomey's concern with respect to the operation of Clause 8, and she refers to Clause 8, Section 8.9. I think she intended to refer to Section 8.13 regarding political activities, and whether or not that clause could be used as cover, if you like, in terms of 2 particular examples she gave, which, from my perspective, would clearly fall within the ambit of corruption, or should. And the example she gave was, if, for example, a parliamentarian who was a government backbencher offered to a mining company to ensure that the government would approve its application for a new mine in exchange for a political donation to the party of $1 million, would this amount to an abuse of the person's office as a public official, or would political fundraising be considered outside the office of a parliamentarian, as would any promised exercise of executive power because of the operation of that clause, section 813. And then she gives a similar example with respect to a minister doing something approximately the same. So do you have a response to that?
Yes. I think if the parliamentarian or minister were doing anything that involved their role as a parliamentarian or minister, clause 13 doesn't take that outside. It's really meant to be more, it's an avoidance of doubt provision that just makes it clear that purely political activity functions that don't have any effect on an official role are not covered.
Okay. Would you mind providing a detailed response to that on notice?
Yes. Well,
only because I found your supplementary submission very useful.
Yeah,
and I think it would just be useful to have that in writing to close that out. And then my last one is, and this was my mistake, I asked you to consider the privilege against self-incrimination and the points raised by the Law Council of Australia. They also raised 2 recommendations with respect to legal professional privilege. So it would be useful if those 2 recommendations, you could take that on notice and provide a response as you provided with respect to the privilege against self-incrimination.
Yes, we'll do that.
Okay. And lastly, it just occurred to me from my good friend's point. Mr. Hall wrote the textbook and we heard from him today. He was of the view that the objects clause should specifically refer to independence of the NACC as it does in New South Wales. So I think he said he went through the Act and he couldn't find the word independent. So interested for you to take that on notice as to whether or not...
So it doesn't... we could work out a way of fitting it in there. It's just... The point of the Act is not to... it's about what the Commission will achieve by performing its role. So it is a weird fit to stick that in there. I think what I would say is, in terms of independence, actually what's meaningful in the Act is the way it does that at every step, by giving the Commission discretion, the arrangements for appointments, oversight, its ability to exercise its functions without interference. That's at the heart of its independence. It's a bit... it's not just obvious to me at this point because it's about the outcomes delivered by the Act, which are not about the Commission itself. It's about what that delivers for the Australian community in terms of dealing with corrupt conduct.
I take that response, and it seems sensible to me. Could I ask you, though, to take it on notice after you've had a chance, perhaps, to have a look at the New South Wales Objects Clause and
so if it's not the objects, I mean, even the simplified outline, whether we say the
maybe it is the
established as an independent National Anti-Corruption Commission or something.
Maybe it's as simple as that.
Surely one of the objects is to create an independent National Anti-Corruption Commission that acts in the public interest.
Well,
Why don't we just say, isn't that one of the objects?
Well, it's about what it delivers for the community, which is about the detection of corrupt conduct, etc. The independence of the Commission, I suppose, is a function that supports those objects. But to me,
it's
there's
an
a question about whether it's
priori.
just an object in its own right. It's more about the outcomes that delivers.
But I think, well, we could agree or disagree, but the concept of independence and an independent commission acting in the public interest was what former Commissioner Hall was emphasising, those 2 things together, independence and acting in the public interest. And expressly putting that up front in the objects was his suggestion.
Yes, I mean, I've given my answer about that, but I think the Act speaks for itself in doing that, in how it sets up the Commission, and that is the meaningful aspect of what this Act does in guaranteeing the independence of the Commission.
But if in cases of doubt, in questions of ambiguity, and you're looking at these things, what courts will do is they'll go back to the objects and say, is it consistent with the objects? And surely it would be useful in cases of ambiguity and doubt for the court to be able to go back and say, yep, that's what they wanted, an independent commission acting in the public interest. That'd be a useful protection, wouldn't it?
No, I really think it's about the content of the Act and how it's properly set up with its functions and powers to ensure that independence in a functional way.
Okay. Ms Lawrence.
Thank you. Just with respect to Division 3 and the issuing of certificates about the release of information by the attorney, I just would like to understand how this would ordinarily operate, and in particular I'm interested in clause 3. Actually...
Sorry, can we clarify you're talking about Division 3, Part 11?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, so clause 3, sub K, so the prejudice, where it might prejudice the fair trial of any person or the impartial adjudication of a matter. So I'm just trying to understand at what point in the process, what are we referring to here? As a matter of somebody that's in parallel is going through a trial, or are we projecting that this might lead to a criminal prosecution and the concern about disclosing the information that might prejudice a fair trial?
It could be either. So it could be either expecting that there is likely to be a criminal trial, or that one is on foot.
Wouldn't the Commission already have regard to that, though?
So this enables the attorney to issue a certificate. So the Commission has to have regard to those things as well in terms of public-private hearings, but these also apply sort of across the board to disclosure of information. Generally, it would be a matter for the Commission, but this provides a provision where the attorney, if it was needed, could certify that is an issue in order to prevent disclosure of material that could have that effect on prejudicing a fair trial.
So the attorney's going to have to be pretty close to every investigation then?
He'd have obviously the advice of agencies about that.
And so where there's then an instance where the Commissioner has taken evidence either through the use of coercive powers or through surveillance, and then is deemed, finds that there is grounds for serious or systemic corruption, and then makes a recommendation to the CDPP to pursue a criminal prosecution, how then do they quarantine the information that's been collected without impinging on legal professional privilege or natural justice?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
All of it?
Yes, I think so.
I'll do my best.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to clarify that with the Commissioner executing its functions as per the bill, where they can collect information either through coercive power or through surveillance, and then they deem that there is a finding of serious or systemic corruption, make a recommendation to the CDPP to pursue a criminal prosecution. How does the CDPP treat the information that was collected through that process of the investigation to enable fair natural justice or protecting legal professional privilege of any of the information that's been collected?
So it doesn't really connect with the certificate provisions at all. But,
no, sorry, but it's a
CDPP,
separate question,
yeah,
but it's still connected.
Some of those issues are ones that the DPP deals with all the time in taking briefs of evidence and conducting criminal prosecutions where the briefs of evidence come from any agency, matters. Some of those matters are limited for disclosure, and then in a court context, public interest immunity claims also apply to some of that material, and legal professional privilege, I think, is still protected from ultimate disclosure. So it's obtainable by the Commission, but then there are protections for it in terms of its use in a further process.
Is it aligned to where the AFP were describing to us about creating those corridors of which officers are looking at which information, or is the line more blurred because ultimately the Commissioner's having to make a recommendation of finding and would presumably need to show evidence to justify that finding?
So I'm not sure what you're referring to. There are some issues where material is quarantined, where it raises privilege against self-incrimination issues to ensure that it then doesn't infect, which are some of the considerations, say, in holding in compelling evidence from someone in a hearing, if requiring them to answer questions that are self-incriminatory.
Yeah.
The Commission, which is another slightly different issue again, the Commission would always need to make decisions about whether it compelled that evidence in the first place and then how it dealt with it, so it didn't create a risk to a subsequent prosecution.
Okay, thank you. A simpler question, I hope, is around the appointment process. So, in terms of the term of the commissioner, at the moment it's saying it must not exceed 5 years, but we did hear some of the witnesses speak to one about obviously the fact that there's a new agency being established. It's going to take probably some time to get that up and running, and whether the first term at least might be either longer or have the possibility for an extension to that term. And then the second part to that was, and I understand 7 years is like the international standard for integrity type roles, is what was conveyed. And the second part to that was around ensuring that there wasn't a situation where the deputies plus the commissioner were all exiting at the exact same 5 terms, whether there was a staggered model that could be considered as part of the appointment process.
Yes, so we considered that, and I think for independent statutory positions, probably the most common ones in Commonwealth legislation are 5 or 7. There are some that are 7, so you could go 5 or 7 for the commissioner. I think we picked 5 as having maybe that sort of balance between a fair period in charge of the commission, but scope for some turnover. But that said, they're usually expressed as, can't exceed, so there is an opportunity for the appointment to also be less than that if it was thought appropriate. And we specifically had allowed for deputy commissioners to be reappointed to address that issue, that you don't want all of your set of commissioners having their appointments cease and not being able to continue all at the same time. We're certainly aware that I think that has been an issue on occasion at state level.
Thank you. And just with respect to the CEO, at the moment the CEO's position is terminated. We discussed this on the Monday, whenever it was, for 3 core reasons. But in the event of a irrevocable breakdown in relations between the commissioner and the CEO, there isn't an opportunity, as it's made explicit in the bill, for the commissioner to be able to make a recommendation to the minister, who in turn could then make a recommendation to the Governor-General to cease that appointment, whereas there is that provision, in essence, with the Commissioner's appointment. So I'm just wondering, is there consideration to giving the Commissioner some more authority over the person that he or she has to work with on a daily basis?
The Commissioner has the power to direct the CEO in performance functions outside their accountable authority functions, and I guess if they then fail to comply with those directions, that could constitute the misbehaviour ground, for example.
But I think it's more about if they just are not getting along. I think in Nirvana that never happens, but the reality is it really does.
I think it's a challenging ground to put in as a statutory ground for cancelling. It's a bit amorphous as to people not getting on, so I think if you were going to do that, you probably just make it more easy to dismiss the CEO more generally, but then you lose some of that independence that sort of criteria and process set. So it's
it's a key relationship that needs to work.
That's right, and I think the
function.
Commissioner needs to be consulted on the appointment. Obviously, I suppose over time, it's possible that issues occur within relationships. I think usually that, given the power of direction, that...
But not even that the Governor-General doesn't seem to be able to act on that, even on the recommendation of the Minister.
The Governor-General absolutely could, in the sense that the Governor-General acts on the advice given to them, but it's very much that you'd have to... misbehaviour is probably the obvious ground, and that threshold has been set in order to preserve a sort of level of independence of that statutory role so that they can't be dismissed too easily.
But the danger of not having something like Ms Lawrence is suggesting is you could have a very dysfunctional commission and it could go for quite some time. If there is an irreconcilable breakdown between the CEO and the commissioner, and they've each got 2 years to go on their appointment and they're both sort of staring each other off and saying, you go, no, you go, no, you go, you could have a dreadfully dysfunctional commission and no way of fixing it.
Well, the Commissioner can direct the CEO in the performance of their functions, so, and any failure to
grudgingly follow
to
those
do
directions and grudgingly sit there, and you've still got the problem that Ms Lawrence takes you to. Anyhow, maybe you could have some reflection on that. And
It just doesn't seem to be, I can't understand why we wouldn't allow just an additional provision that moves beyond the three, the bankruptcy, the misdemeanour, and the third one I just can't recall off the top of my head, but there's not one that just is about the relationship and the function, the optimal functioning of the Commission.
I can think of examples at a state level where irreconcilable differences in senior leadership teams of integrity body, one in particular, was creating an enormous problem.
just is that balance between the independence, the same for the Deputy Commissioners. They also set, and they've got a higher standard because there needs to be a parliamentary process as well. So that would need to be managed in practice. But I think, yes, once you give much more latitude to dismiss, you have that other effect on the independence of their role.
But isn't that applicable more to the Commissioner than the CEO, though? So, to some extent, if one of them had to go, it should be the CEO, not the Commissioner. Do you understand what I mean? If you've got that dysfunction?
I guess it's dealt with at the moment by the Commissioner being able to direct the CEO.
Yeah.
Senator Billick?
Thank you. So, throughout the hearings this week, we've had a number of questions about how the Parliamentary Oversight Committee will be able to review and make recommendation on the Commission's budget. Are you able to sort of explain to us how this works in the bill, and is there any restrictions on how and when the Oversight Committee can make these recommendations?
There's quite expansive latitude for the Parliamentary Joint Committee to review the Commission's budget and finances and report to the Parliament. So they can do that at any time the committee chooses, and it would cover whether the Commission had sufficient finances and resources to effectively perform its functions, whether the budget should be increased with that in mind, or any other matters it wishes to consider. So it's quite a broad ability to review budget and finances and make a report with any comments to Parliament on that matter.
Okay, thanks. And just my last question, there's been quite a bit of public commentary suggesting that all the hearings should be in public. Can you just outline to us why the Attorney-General's Department doesn't feel that that's the appropriate way to proceed?
I mean, I think for the factors that are listed in section 73 are a sort of very good indication of a number of the reasons why that wouldn't be appropriate. And I think where we and the government are very conscious that they're a very significant power to exercise, and particularly the possibilities of unfair prejudice to a person's reputation, safety and well-being, as well as issues with the potential impact on a potential criminal prosecution and trial, would be two significant factors that would mean it would not be appropriate to hold all hearings in public.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Mr. Wallahan?
Just one question, and it's I don't have a view on it, just one.
Is that one?
And it's my last one, yeah. Just the name of it. So it's called the NAC, and that's going to be something we're going to hear about, hopefully. No, I want to know why the name was chosen. It was put in one submission, someone who's in my electorate, that there's a connotation to that. You know, like we've seen when a politician refers something to the AFP, you know, it carries weight. Or if, you know, the point was made in South Australia, there's a clearinghouse to go either to the Ombudsman or their commission because of what people assume the seriousness of the referral. Was there any consideration for calling it the National Integrity Committee or something else? Where did the name come from? Yeah, the Nick. You nicked.
It was used, I suppose, as part of the government's design principles that they took to the election, but the intention is to really make it clear that it is very much about dealing with matters of corruption, which is quite a specific remit, including education prevention, but investigation of those issues, but not every matter in the public sphere relating to integrity.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Could I ask one question about the budgetary oversight, Chair?
You may.
Thank you. The Auditor General pointed out that the provisions in relation to the Auditor General's budget setting, and I think it's the oversight provisions in Section 8 of the 1951 Public Accounts and Audit Committee, and particularly the ability to consider draft estimates for the Audit Office and then make recommendations on the draft estimates. They're not found in the NAC bill, but the Auditor General said they were extremely useful about providing transparency and independence for the budget of the Auditor's Office. Why weren't they included in the NAC bill?
So we think that absolutely covers that. It's ample in its terms to allow the committee to ask for all of that information about budget and finances.
So is it expected, if you're establishing this, that the committee will ask for the draft estimates for the NAC and go through the process that the Public Accounts Committee does for the Audit Office? Are you expecting that to happen for the NAC?
The committee will be able to determine what information it wishes to seek as part of its review.
But we have this model already established that the Auditor General said works very well. So why wouldn't we entrench it in very similar terms in this NAC bill?
So I have to take that on notice, but we think this provides very broad scope for the committee to make its inquiries into budget and finances.
It's both Section 8 in terms of the committee's power, but it's also Section 53 of the Auditor General Act in terms of allowing the Auditor General to provide it across to the committee as well. Those two things seem to be necessary. So if you could answer on both of those would be great.
Yes.
Okay. That's it, I think. Well, not quite. It's not quite it. But we do thank you for your attendance. You have been asked for additional information, so could you please forward that to us within 5 days from today, quicker if possible. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have the opportunity to request corrections to the transcription errors as per usual. So thank you again for appearing so often this week. So we appreciate what you have, the work that has been done, and recognise that there is more work to do. So it may well be farewell this time, not adieu, but we'll soon see. We may want to see you again. Let's just see. But I think there's no more public hearings, and I can now declare this public hearing closed. Well done.
I feel like giving you a standing ovation.
Just want to sigh.
Thank you, Chair and Deputy Chair, for a well-run meeting.